Zoe Backstead soloing across to the front of the race to break the heart of Josie Knight, whose brilliant performance earned her a silver medal. But Backstead taking the national title to add to her individual time trial title, emulating the feat of her mother, Meg, and embraced by her father, Magnus, and her sister, Eleanor, at the finish line as well. Very much a Backstead family affair. Let's hear from her.
Zoe, congratulations. National Road Race Championships to add to the time trial you won on Thursday. How special was that?
Yeah, super special. It was a really interesting race with the break getting up to almost 6-7 minutes even, I think. And yeah, didn't have the best feeling in my legs at the beginning of the day, and then going over the long climb I felt okay, so I decided to try and follow some stuff, and 50k, 55k solo then to the finish, so it was a really hard day.
You let out a big roar when you came across the line. You looked like you really enjoyed it. How much did you enjoy that?
Oh, enjoyed is an interesting word. I pushed myself to the limit. I just wanted to, I wanted to control also a little bit of my power and everything, so I knew what I could do for such a long period of time and just needed to keep eating, keep drinking, and stay focused until the end and keep pushing to try and catch back Josie, and that happened, and then still had a lap to go, so it was one of the hardest laps, that last one, just also mentally knowing that I was so close to the finish. But it means a lot, really. I had a good week on the bike last week in Tour de Suisse, and I knew coming into this week that it was going to be a good course for me, and the climbs were super good for me as well, so I was really hoping for that win.
You certainly made it look very easy. Well done.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, what a few days Zoe Backstead has had, winning in the Tour de Suisse, winning a stage there, and then coming on Thursday to Lampeter and winning the individual time trial, and then the elite women's title, the first of possibly many for the 21-year-old from Wales. Next up, though, it is the elite men, 187 kilometres in total, and as we join live pictures in Aberystwyth, Johnny Clay, the race director, is bringing the riders down to the start line, and we have got a stacked field, a total of 140 starters, featuring a whole host of World's Tour talent, including a few former national champions. Bright sunshine today. The wind, if anything, has died down just a little bit. It's going to be a cracking race on a very, very attacking course, which is tough to say the very least, and we'll split the race to bits. Now, Hannah Walker is going to be commentating alongside me today. She was also commentating last year with Matt Stevens, and last year's edition produced a solo win for Sam Watson. Let's remind ourselves of how that happened.
Look at that, a shake of the head from the man from Leeds. Sam Watson checks the gap once more. He slaps his thigh. He cannot believe it. There's a smile writ large across his face. The man in his first year with the Ineos Grenadiers. He was the silver medalist 2 years ago to Sir Mark Cavendish, and now he wins solo in fine style. There is your new National Elite Road Race Champion for 2025. Sam Watson wins solo. A beautiful, beautiful solo victory that will remain, well, in his mind for the rest of his life. He gets to wear the bands for the next 12 months, and there's a furious chase behind for the sprint. The man with the dog moved out of the way just in time. It's Brennan that opened things up on the left-hand side, Vernon on the inside, but it looks like the man from Visma Lisa Bike is going to take the silver medal. A big punch clear, takes it by a length. Vernon home just in front of Ethan Hayter, but what can you say about this man? Absolutely superb riding from Sam Watson, and he had to do it alone as well.
Well, the Ineos Grenadiers have a few different irons in the fire today. Sam Watson actually not coming back to Aberystwyth to repeat his feat. Let's just have a look at the weather forecast. 16 degrees. Not entirely sure that's accurate. I think it might be a little bit warmer than that. The wind is brisk and coming off the sea from a westerly direction. And possibly just a little chance, maybe, of a drop or two of rain. Let's hope that it remains sunny, though. Let me introduce then, for the men's race, the voice of my co-commentator alongside me again, Hannah Walker, to reflect, I think, first of all, on what we just witnessed with the elite women. What a race that was.
An incredible race, Ned. Absolutely incredible race. Zoe Backstead came back from doing what was potentially the unthinkable to turn things around when that gap got to over 7 minutes. An exceptional performance, but Josie Knight, you've got to take your hat off to her, pay well, just it was sensational.
Yeah, it was.
To put it bluntly, it was sensational too. If you could award 2 titles,
Yeah.
mostly towards Josie Knight as the most combative rider, give her a national title for that, she'd certainly win that one. Yeah, it was sensational. It's a really good racing course in my opinion. They do this course, a lot of the riders will be familiar from a year ago. And of course the larger loop they do in a different direction to how they did it last year, so it's in the reverse. The smaller loop is the exact same, but it's a brilliant racing course, very attritional, arduous, but it's one of those that's not out of reach.
Yeah, for a number of different types of riders.
Absolutely, because often we've seen, I remember back in 2010, was it, at Pendle, up north in Lancashire, that was, yeah, there was 5 riders left, and it was blown to pieces on the first lap. It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
So I think Geraint Thomas won that year.
All right, let's. Yeah, I think you're right. Let's have a look at this course then. If you missed the elite women's road race, this is what you missed: 128 kilometres for the women, 187 for the men. They head off inland from the start-finish line on Victoria Terrace in Aberystwyth. First of all, to the big loop, we'll call it, and they take this on with its severe climb of New Cross, a total of 4 times. That first loop is 23.4 kilometres long. Then dropping back down into Aberystwyth and onto the finishing circuit, so to speak, the local laps. They're 12.4 kilometres long, and again, they feature a short, sharp climb at Maria. So it is a testing parcours with very, very little that you could call flat. Really, it's only the run into the finish line in Aberystwyth and the approach to the outskirts of town that's flat. When they get inland, it is rolling terrain at best, or savage little ramps and climbs pretty much all day, over a total distance of 187 kilometres. Finn Pickering in the back there, in the colours of Jaco Alula. He's on very good form, Finn Pickering. Had a very good Tour de Suisse recently. The lightweight Yorkshireman, one of the more climby types in this bunch. There he is, Finn Pickering. Ollie Stockwell as well from Bahrain Victorious. Ineos, net company Ineos, actually, I think this must be one of the, all the way back to the Sky years and throughout Ineos, this must be one of the smallest fields from Ineos that they've ever taken, going right back to Team Sky to the British National Championships. They've only got Connor Swift, former national champion, and Ben Turner, who's in great form at this race.
Yeah, it's a huge shame, actually. It really is. And also not to see the defending champion on the start line in Samuel Watson. But, I mean, it's yet to be announced. But who knows, there's another race going on in 6 days' time.
Which one's that?
just a big one with the yellow jersey. Yeah. Yellow jumper.
Well, Sam Watson would be expected to be
well,
going.
like, absolutely, and likewise with potentially Josh Tarling.
Yeah.
So
he was down to start, wasn't he, Josh Tarling, and he's been scrubbed. His name's been scrubbed.
Yeah, of course, a shame Ben Swift not taken to the start. Again, a former winner on 2 occasions during his career. But they do have their Ineos Grenadiers Racing Academy. They've got several riders there with Matty Dodd. Max Hines isn't taken to the start, but Dylan Sage is on the start list, as is Josh Charlton.
The time for chat amongst the riders.
So also lining up in terms of World Tour quality, we've got Lucas Nerurka of EF Education Easy Post, Ethan Vernon, who was on the podium last time out, Lewis Askey, his teammate from NSN, Josh Giddings from Lotto Intermarché, who's shown good form this year, the Pinarello Q36.5 duo of Fred Wright and Mark Donovan, Ethan Hayter, who's just off the podium last year and is the newly crowned individual time trial champion for the 4th time in his career, Finn Pickering, we've mentioned, Max Poole, good climber from Picnic Post NL, Owain Dool, local rider, of course, from Team Visma Lease Bike, and he's joined as well by Matt Brennan of Visma Lease Bike, who was in 2nd place last year, out-sprinting Ethan Vernon. And for my money, Hannah, it's hard not to look at Matt Brennan and say he's got to be probably the favourite.
Especially after last year's performance from Matty Brennan, winning the Under-23 title, getting himself onto the podium. Feels like a course made for him, a traditional course.
Yes, indeed.
Nice from Connor Swift there. Whether he just handed something up or whether that was a quick fist bump to someone he knew on the barrier on the right-hand side.
Connor Swift will relish this course, won't he?
He will.
Very well suited to his particular credentials, Connor Swift, as they head along Victoria Terrace and onto the Neutralised rollout. Johnny Clay with his flag in hand. Be a little while before we get out of town, and then the flag can drop, and then pretty much straight up onto a nasty little climb. And it'll be interesting to see if the attacks happen instantly, or whether we have a more controlled start than we had with the women's race, where it just kicked off straight away.
We've seen in the past within the men's race, there's lots of riders who want to try and get themselves up the road quite early, try and force a move. And I expect much the same today, because there's plenty of club riders, but also riders who race for the elite teams, who are racing, and this is a big opportunity for them to try and upset the apple cart, try and get themselves up the road, try and split things, put those riders who race for a World Tour team or a pro team under pressure. Some of them, as we've mentioned, are isolated, sole numbers for some of those. That being said, once you get deeper into a really hard attritional race, that's when those kind of riders really come into their own. They've got 3 extra gears in the legs. You think of Callum Thornley, who's in really good form, of Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe, come through the ranks from Trinity Racing to the Red Bull development team. Now fully fledged pro in the World Tour squad.
Had a terrific year last year, didn't he, Callum Thornley?
He did.
Taking the Piccolo Lombardia, among other races. Took a stage of the Piccolo Giro as well, didn't he? The next Giro, next gen, or whatever it's called these days. Yeah, he's the only rider in the colours of Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe, as they come away from the seafront now and start to head inland. Well, we've seen how difficult it is to control. There's no big... If the World Tour teams, most of them have sent 1 or 2 riders at most. There's no team with sort of multiple 5 or 6 riders represented here. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of alliances are formed and how the work is shared and which team try and control the race. And you have to say, in the women's race, the peloton, the group of favourites, with the very notable and honourable exception of Zoe Backstead, who just took matters entirely into her own hands, they got it wrong. They completely underestimated the riders who'd attacked. Anna's gone temporarily quiet because she's doing some very complex counting of some sort of statistic in the start list that you've noticed.
Just trying to get one after the other, one number after the other. The rider's taking an opportunity for a
peek.
Little nature break.
Yeah.
In a somewhat private place.
Private-ish.
Private-ish, kind of. As long as they're not peeing off someone's front door.
Well, you'd hope so. You'd hope not. Rider at the back there is the newly crowned, for the 2nd time in his career, Crick champion, Matt Bostock, in the grey kit of the Rafa Cycling Club. I think this course might be too hard for Matt Bostock today, but you never know. He's obviously on absolutely brilliant form.
We've seen in the past, when the race was at Saltburn Bank, how he's been right in the mix.
Yeah.
And he's been really good, and that was another really attritional course. So he's certainly not a rider to discount. He's clearly in really good form. We've seen he's been dominating the circuit race series, circuit race scene, let's say, winning the Criterium Championships for the 2nd time in his career on Friday evening. Off the back of that, or prior to that, he won the Cole Grand Prix sort of 10 days before, of course, winning the City of London Nocturne 2 weekends ago.
Already grinding their way uphill and out of town and away from the sea. Behind them, glistening in this early afternoon sunshine. Very pleasant racing conditions, perfect temperatures really for the race. There is Matt Bostock, who is on great form. Just taking it easy up this climb. He knows that there are riders still off the back. Cam Mason as well was one of those riders who stopped for a pee, and the race won't start until they're all back. But yeah, laying off a little bit here, Matt Bostock. Utterly dominant in the Criterium scene at the moment. Bostock, he's head and shoulders above everyone else, seemingly. I was actually in brief communication on Friday night with the rider who finished in 3rd place and got the bronze medal in the circuits race series, Tom Portsmouth, and he said following Bostock was unreal. He said it's just like his cornering, what did he say, defied physics or something like that. It was a special performance, wasn't it? But this is a very, very different test. A very different test.
There's a big competition for the under-23 title today. There's 68 under-23 riders. So that's another competition which is going to be hotly contested. It's not far off an even split, to be honest, between the under-23s and those over 23.
So Johnny Clay waves the race off and we get the action underway. And straight away, some of the club riders, I think from the domestic scene, racing week in, week out on the elite circuit, on the elite series, who get things underway. Connor Swift is up there towards the front. Very interested to see how Ben Turner goes today. He has looked so good, hasn't he, Ben Turner, this year? And yet, he's not really produced the big result that he's been threatening to achieve. And the same can be said of Fred Wright, who over recent weeks, and remember that Fred Wright is a rider whose only professional victory to date has come at the British National Championships in Saltburn a couple of years ago. Fred Wright's been knocking on the door of getting that professional victory. A couple of second places for him in one-day races already this year. He's in good shape.
It's quite surprising, really, when you take a look down at his palmares and what he's achieved, and the fact that that national title is his only professional victory, because he was knocking on the door on so many occasions, wasn't he, at the Tour de France, at the Vuelta a España. He was going shoulder to shoulder between himself and Mats Pedersen.
He's got too
really
many.
Gave him a run for his money. I mean,
he's got too many second places in his palmares, hasn't he?
Does.
Fred, he's such an honest rider. As the attacks start to come in earnest now. That company Ineos, it's in their DNA to be the kind of alpha male team, isn't it? But with just those two riders and the development riders, are they going to be able to really control things in quite the manner that they're accustomed to?
It's one of those where you might not necessarily want to control things, but more make sure you've got the overview and you're overseeing a lot of the key riders, the key moves that go away. As I said, for these riders, they really come into their own the deeper you get into the race, whereas some riders will really start to feel the fatigue. They've got the fatigue resistance, and they're able to go so deep into this final. And as I said before, this is a brilliant racing course, and there's very, very little flat sections of the course. Really, it's only the running into Aberystwyth, into the town, into the final kilometre or so, which is flat. You're either up or down, you're on these false flats. A couple of riders who are making their way back through the convoy after stopping for that nature break. The race was already underway when they were still coming back.
It's quite rare that we get to see this jersey, isn't it? It's
very rare.
The new development team, just new for this year, the Ineos project, if you like. Ineos Grenadiers Racing Academy, represented by Matty Dodd and Dylan Sage. The orange jersey as opposed to the grey jersey that you see for the World Tour team, where Ben Turner and Connor Swift are the sole representatives.
I have to say, I like the orange jersey.
Better than the grey one.
Stands out.
Yeah. Finn Pickering also involved towards the front there, the diminutive Yorkshireman from Hull, formerly of Trinity Racing, but did a really good Tour de Suisse. He was right up there in the general classification for a while. And a little group is almost getting itself established. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 riders, but it hasn't settled down yet.
Looks
Still
like
riders
Jed
scrambling to
Smithson
get across.
in that purple jersey kicking things on at the moment for
Is that not?
Hargens, Berman, Jaco.
Right at the back there is the Red Bull Border Hansgrohe rider, Callum Thornley. Equally a graduate of the Trinity Racing Academy setup. So the attack's coming, but no one's managed to get away just yet. To say, 2 World Tour pros from the Visma Lisa Bike team, Owen Dool, MBE, and Matty Brennan. And, well, if you watched the Elite Women's Road Race, you will have noticed that every now and again, very, very briefly, we lost pictures because, of course, there is no helicopter, there's no normal, what's called RF signals. These images are coming remarkably consistently, actually, from the cellular network, using the mobile phone network. And as you can imagine, from time to time, as we head out into the countryside, it gets a bit fuzzy, but in the experience of what we saw in the Elite Women's Race, really, genuinely not for long. So stick with us, and there might be just the odd moment where we lose a little bit of signal. Few riders from the Visma Lease Bike Development Squad as well. Elliot Rowe, Will Smith and Henry Hobbs, the younger brother of Noah, who is riding at World Tour level these days for EF Education Easy Post. Right to the back, that's Sam Wilsham of the Collina Chiovita Racing Team. Not one I'm familiar with. Rider number 14. Now, this is such an important day in the calendar of all these riders, isn't it? And that, unless I'm mistaken, is Ruben Corlett. Rider 179, who rides for the UCK Van Bretagne Sud Cyclisme team.
Ned, go on. I know you're eager to tell your story.
Well, he's the son of a friend of
us.
mine. He's the son of a friend of mine. Graham Corlett, who was for a long time, for about 20 years actually, the production manager on ITV's Tour de France coverage. And Ruben Corlett was called up as a reserve. A young rider making his way in the French racing scene.
Josh Charlton, part of the Ineos Grenadiers Racing Academy, who's on the front. An exceptional team pursuiter and individual pursuiter.
Big unit, isn't it?
Big unit, absolutely. The Ineos Grenadiers Racing Academy are all over these early moves,
yeah, it's like
accelerations.
It's like they've been given that precise instruction, isn't it? Get in the moves, animate things, rip the race apart, get stuck in.
I just want to say, I think it's brilliant now that they've finally got that racing academy, and how important that is for British talent coming through the ranks. And I know they've got international riders within their roster at the Racing Academy too, but for those British riders coming through out of the juniors into the under-23 category.
It's been a long time coming, hasn't it? They've finally done the right thing. All they need now is a women's team, eh, Hannah?
Yeah.
Something of a mystery, isn't it, that they don't have
It is,
team.
but I've said it before, say it again, if it's not something that they really want to do and believe in, and if they did do it and they weren't too bothered and didn't put 100% effort into making sure that it was a success,
then they're better off leaving it alone.
Better off leaving it alone. So
fair point.
There's plenty of tremendous women's teams out there, so yeah, it's one of those where of course it would be nice.
Noah Hobbs looks like he's on the move. There's that pink jersey of the EF Education Easy Post rider. Pretty sure that's Finn Pickering following the move of this wheelbase rider. Nothing's going clear yet, though. As you can see, you've got a group of maybe 20 riders with a bit of a gap, but there's still plenty of riders barreling forward off the front of the peloton to join in the action, and it's keeping the pace high at the moment. Remember that as they enter these country lanes, you can see from the hedgerows at the side, there's a very, very brisk tailwind at this point as well, which is making it even more difficult to get away.
And the wind's only picked up throughout the day.
Look at that.
So we saw how
Strong.
windy it was earlier on this morning for the women's race, but that's just continued to pick up. The wind we saw earlier on, but it's now reaching 30 kilometres per hour with gusts of wind of upwards of 57 kilometres per hour. So you've got that westerly, southwesterly wind, around between 16 to 18 degrees. Although far favoured racing conditions with these kind of temperatures than the individual time trial, for example, where it was searing temperatures in Lampeter.
Got about 13 kilometres to go until they hit the wall of the New Cross climb, that first climb. And they're going to switch fairly soon and start to head into that wind, which is much, much stronger than it was even for the women earlier on this morning. That's almost a gale.
Jim Brown getting himself into the move in the navy blue jersey with the red cuffs on his sleeves. Races for the LA-based team. Legion of Los Angeles.
That's him on with the white helmet on the front. One of the Visma Lease bike development riders has got a cross as well. But as you can see from behind, the peloton is not too far behind, and it hasn't calmed down yet. The break has not gone. 7 riders with a small gap. Noah Hobbs chasing behind. And a group just coming back. That was a group, I think, that stopped for a pee at the in the Neutralised rollout, featuring Cameron Mason. I think they've only just got back.
Yeah.
That was an untimely point at which to stop, answer a call of nature. Ben Wiggins involved as well, forcing the pace now. And the purple colour of the Hagen-Berman's Jayco team.
It's almost a tongue twister, isn't it, that team name?
Impossible to say, and I'm glad I'm not the only commentator who struggles with it, actually. I think every single one of us who do this can't quite wrap their heads around it.
Can't wrap your head around it, no.
Ben Wiggins, the newly crowned under-23 time trial champion. Finally getting over the line in first place after a string of near misses in that competition. A rider like Ben Wiggins could be expected to go really well on this course. But this is an interesting little group now because they've got a bit of a gap. There's 2 riders trying to chase across. It's a good size, and straight away they've slotted into a really good working rhythm. This might be a group that will get away, at least temporarily. It depends on the behaviour at the front of the bunch, whether they're happy.
It's dual on the front.
Yeah, unfamiliar, isn't it, seeing riding in those the colour of Visma Lease bike. Yeah, I'm with you. I do think that's Owen Dool in the yellow of Visma Lease bike. There's a few riders, though, we'll have to wait to get their numbers just to check who's in this group. But just looking around, looking behind. Can we see the peloton and the way it's behaving behind? They've got a bit of a gap, there's clear road. And it feels like this group might have gone. Those 2 chasers, I think including one of the riders from the wheelbase team, have almost got across.
This rider coming through now was one of the riders who was in the key move on Friday evening, Tom Armstrong, in that fluorescent jersey. Been around for a long, long while. Raced in France, raced for a Monegasque team, raced with wheelbase.
Yeah, he was off the front.
Well, to give them the full name, wheelbase Cabtype Castelli for many years too.
He was off the front with Matt Bostock in the crit race on Friday night for a long time. And he's on very good form. Picnic Postel development team have got a rider in this break. They come with Matt Peace, Jake Bush, who was heavily involved in the crit race as well, and Finn O'Brien. But it's the rider from Legion of Los Angeles, Jim Brown, just rolling through there with the white helmet, the dark blue kit. This is the day's break, isn't it? Feels like that. Count the number of riders, 9, 10 riders, possibly, maybe 9. They keep looking around and checking. Of course, there's the bunch, not too far behind. There's the front of the bunch, and it doesn't look like it's calmed down yet. So they're going to have to carry on working to earn their right to be in this breakaway.
Yeah, they can't just think they've established the breakaway now and then take the foot off the gas. This is going to take several kilometres to really establish itself and to really try and gain several minutes over the peloton. So this is not a done deal. It's very nice to see that everybody's being very cohesive, everybody's contributing to the pace currently. Ben Wiggins coming through in that purple jersey, newly crowned under-23 time trial champion in that purple outfit of the development team to Team Jayco Alula.
About 7k to go until they get to the climb. And it could be that everything will change on that climb. We have noted how severe that climb is, and the men will take it on 4 times on the 4 different laps of the long circuit before they get to the finishing circuit. The local circuit starts at 70.5k to go, so they've got 100+ kilometres still to go of racing on the big circuit. going to start turning now into the headwind fairly soon as they approach the foot of the climb. With its 16% gradients, they're working really hard now. "16 seconds is their advantage for those riders. That is not enough for them to be certain that they're going to be allowed to get up the road. No sense that the peloton is sat up and relaxed yet. But those 16 seconds for some of those riders could be absolutely obliterated on the climb coming up if there's some attacks coming from the peloton. So everything could change when they get to the climb, which begins in around about 4 or 5 kilometres time. And at this pace, they'll be there very, very quickly indeed. Ceredigion looking magnificent. The hedgerows, early summer hedgerows, and the trees all out now. The green of the trees as we head into the middle of summer, slowly turning a little bit darker. The end of this heat wave, to many people's relief, has just petered out a little bit. We haven't had the big thunderstorms. Instead, we've just got a lovely summery day with this stiff breeze that is keeping the pace very high at the moment. Heading into the outer part of this large loop, where from time to time the signal is a little bit unreliable, so it could be that we're just losing some images from the very front of the race, but we're looking at the back of the peloton at the moment, where you can see a rider just already in a little bit of trouble, just trying to hold those wheels, having to shut down a 4 or 5 length bike gap. And so Noah Hobbs, by the looks of it, has come off the front of the bunch, and they're trying to ride across to get to the front. This is a counter-attack then, these two riders. 24 seconds now, the gap they're going to have to try and ride across.
Still not settled though at the head of the peloton, as you could just see momentarily behind this duo who are chasing. Hobbs taking an opportunity to take a look around over his right-hand shoulder, see what the situation is. Is anybody or is there a group coming across? Noticeable jerseys of Visma Lisa Bike, while their development riders are still up towards the front in the peloton behind. Those are the Racing Academy, the Ineos Grenadiers Racing Academy.
Yeah, well, they've missed it, haven't they?
Yeah.
It did, the way they started, it did look like they were under strict instructions to be in the early break of the day, so they'll keep animating things behind.
Jack Brough at the back, the rider who races for the French-based club team, AVCX Provence. Callum Thornley on the front for the Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe squad.
And again, there's an attack from the peloton on the right side, and again, it's one of the Ineos development riders. They've barely got up the road. They've got a gap of some 5 or 6 seconds. Hobbs keeps looking around, seeing what's happening behind, but you can see that orange, that flash of orange there from the Ineos team. They are determined to, well, they're getting this counter-attack. There's a 4-rider group. One of the riders from NSN. Don't know whether it's a development rider or one of the pros. Flash of yellow of Visma Lisa Bike, as well as one of the Ineos development riders. But the big group at the front have now got 40 seconds over the peloton as they approach the climb.
Jack Crook along with Noah Hobbs in that navy blue jersey of Moderati.
Here's the 3rd group on the road. The 2 NSN riders at World Tour level are Ethan Vernon and Lewis Askey.
I think this is Askey coming across, to be honest.
It is, isn't it? That's Lewis Askey.
Just reminded me of a conversation we had earlier on this morning.
A Lewis Askey lookalike.
Yeah.
Good rider, Lewis Askey.
Very, very good.
He won't be daunted by these gradients either. This kind of this style of racing really suits him. 140 riders starting the men's race. 174k remaining out on this first loop. Remember, the large loops are 23.4 kilometres in length. So they've got 12 kilometres to go until they've completed their first of the 4 laps. Still looks quite active at the front of the peloton. And again, just to reiterate, we are approaching this short, sharp climb now. It's not actually that short, it's really quite a hard effort, the climb of New
It's a
Cross.
very hard effort. You've got those double digits. So halfway up the climb, you see 12, 13, 14 at a maximum 16% gradients, and the riders have got to take it on
4 times
5
for the men.
times. Yeah.
4 times for the men.
4, is it 5?
Yeah, it's 4 laps of the large.
But they take on the climb 5 times.
Oh, true. Yeah.
And then on the smaller loop, they take on that climb on 6 times, but it's 5 laps.
Right.
Or 5.5 laps.
Here's the front of the race then. We'll start to identify who some of these riders are. We've got Adam Lewis in the APS Pro Cycling by Team Cable Cyclery team. Matt Peace, we saw him very active in the development team, Picnic Postanel. Rider number 69 is, as we suspected, Owen Dool, very much the senior rider in this group. 54, we have got Josh Housley of the Ride Revolution coaching team. He's asking for information. Owen Dool. Zeb Kiffin. Rider 128 is Bradley Wiggins. Ben Wiggins. It's just an instinctive reaction, isn't it? Zeb Kiffin of the Terengganu cycling team based in Malaysia. He does a lot of his racing in the Far East these days, Zeb Kiffin.
For the last few years, he's been racing for the Unibet Rosa Rockets, and in his final race with the team,
yeah.
he managed to get that tremendous victory from the breakaway. That was superb, wasn't it?
Well, he was out of contract. I actually had a conversation with Zeb Kiffin in the Tour of Hainan recently, where he had a good race, and I asked him about that, and he'd spoken to the Unibet Rose Rockets management and had asked about the possibility of a contract extension. And there is Kiffin, I think. There is Kiffin, I think. That's the Terengganu team kit, and it looks like he might have crashed. But yeah, he was asking about the possibility of a contract extension, and the management just said to him, well, we don't really know who you are, you can't really climb, you can't really sprint, how do we, you know? And he said, well, fair enough.
Shame.
And that was during the Tour de Langkawi, so he said, well, I've got no option but to do unleash a big solo attack. Well, that didn't earn him another contract with Unibet Rose Rockets, but it did earn him a berth with the Terengganu team, who are one of the biggest teams on the Asian circuit and a very professional outfit.
They've got a very good race programme as well, haven't they?
Yeah, really good. And I think he's really enjoying racing in the Far East. But he's not enjoying the British National Champs much, is he? Because he's definitely crashed from this front group. He's gone.
Whether he's crashed or did he drop a chain?
Yeah. Either way,
because the way he was looking, and we only saw it momentarily, but it looked as though certainly the chain was off. Nevertheless, such a shame. You've managed to get yourself into a pretty decent, substantial breakaway, and you've already had an issue before reaching the first descent on this lap. There's Ethan Hayter at the back, racing for Soudal Quickstep.
Callum Thornley at the back. Rider number 77 is Aaron King of the Wheelbase Captec Castelli team. And there's Zeb Kiffin. He's a big rider, tall rider, very rangy, but he's a strong rider. I mean, to hold off, it's a very decent peloton, the Langkawi peloton. As we go back to the front of the race, on the climb now. That couldn't have happened at a worse moment for Zeb Kiffin, could it? That's horrible, horrible timing with that climb just ahead of him. He's back up and running, but he's going to have the fight of his life to get across to the front of the race now. He'd probably be well advised just to, he's not going to be able to, is he? Just to ease up and get back to the peloton. Shame. And where is the peloton? They won't be too far behind with that gap at only 50 seconds. Duel. Signed by Visma Lisabay. Very dependable domestique these days, Owen Duel. Very versatile. Ethan Hayter towards the back with Callum Thornley. See the attacks coming repeatedly from the front. I think Finn Pickering might have attacked. Yeah, he is. Finn Pickering in the purple of Jake O'Lula. He's a pure climber, really, Finn Pickering. Very, very lightweight rider, using his physical advantage on this steep ascent to his advantage. And launching an attack. It feels like that gap, yeah, it's bigger than 50 seconds, isn't it? That's a readjustment on your screen. 1 minute and 25 seconds, but Pickering is lighting it up. The two riders in the middle there, they are Zeb Kiffin and one other at 25 seconds. Ethan Vernon's done a surprising is very unfair. He's done a very, very good climb there in the company of Finn Pickering, etc. And a little group, well, quite a big group, has formed and they've split the peloton.
He has, but it's a very different climb to what we would say if he was on a 20-kilometre climb, for example. Things would be very, very different. However, that kind of climb at 1,200 metres with those steep gradients is more than doable for Ethan Vernon. Let's not forget he was right up there. He was on the podium 1 year ago in this race, and for a rider and the calibre of Ethan Vernon, these kind of climbs and this kind of course is still very good for him. He's one of those riders who can get over the climbs, especially in a nationals like this with this kind of parkour. Similarly to Matty Brennan, really.
Yep. Ethan Vernon's progression over the last 3-4 years has been very, very constant and steady, hasn't it?
It has.
He's not broken through and really kind of smashed expectations, but year on year, if you look at his achievements and his results, there's just a 20% improvement year on year, isn't there, in what he's doing?
There is, and of course when he was at Soudal Quickstep, he had those magnificent victories in Volta Catalunya, in the bunch sprints. He had some really good performances with the team, won a lot of races actually. It's only a month ago where he had that really nasty crash in the Giro d'Italia, and sadly wasn't able to continue, had to abandon. It's good to see that he's back racing, and that the consequences of that injury and that crash haven't been too limiting for him.
Still trying to unpick some of the other riders who are in this group. Tom Armstrong, who we've already name-checked from the wheelbase Captec Castelli team. Daniel Whitehouse is also there from the St George Continental Cycling team. Rider number 60 in that sort of purple and black kit, just on the down the white line. As Owen Duel picks it up again. And another rider who we haven't name-checked yet is Matt Peace we have, who's the rider from the Picnic Postanel development team. And then the attack comes off the front of the peloton. Owen Duel has done his bit. Jim Brown takes over from the Legion Los Angeles team. This is the back of the peloton. We're looking at Luca Nicholson, the MyPad Racing, powered by Ondo Sports team. Armstrong, Wiggins, Brown, front of the bunch now, front of the race, 166k to go for them. Whitehouse. Josh Housley of the Ride Revolution team in that blue kit. Then Whitehouse in the black and purple kit. Rider number 16. 1:45 their lead over a peloton that just hasn't settled down and probably won't settle down. This parcours just provides so many opportunities to attack. Adam Lewis of the APS Pro Cycling team. Then comes Matt Peace. Rider 151 is Jack Baldi from the Pronto Bikes team. On his wheel then, Owain Doull, Tom Armstrong and Ben Wiggins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 riders in total. They've lost a couple, including Zeb Kiffin, but now a 9-rider group has established itself. Kiffin, in the company of one of the wheelbase riders, I think, is at 25 seconds. They were the 2 riders who, for various different reasons, were dropped. Aaron King, I think it might be, possibly with Zeb Kiffin. In the meantime, though, Matt Bostock has worked his way to the front of the bunch, which is showing signs of just settling down now and allowing this race to gain a bit of structure. And we are 1 lap in now, heading towards that point. A couple of K to go. Yeah, just at the point where the peloton settled down, that was the opportunity that this rider has taken, just to clip off the front. Looks like Bostock is trying to go as well. The Rafa Cycling Club have got a couple of representatives, Ollie Wood being the other. Surprised to see Owain Doull opt for this tactic and get in the early break of the day? Yes and no?
Yes and no, to be honest, and it sounds quite flaky really, but it's cover all bases.
Nah,
it's one of those where I think let the race come to you.
Yeah.
So he's in a situation now where the other key favourites, and there's plenty of them, and there are some really good riders in this national championship. They've got to come to Owain Doull now, and he is, as you've already mentioned there, the most experienced rider. He's raced for some of the best teams in the world. He's raced for the Ineos Grenadiers, he's raced for EF Education, Easy Post, now racing with one of the top teams in the world at Visma Lease Bike, a real key recruit for them this year. So for the others, they've got to come back to this group of Doull.
Yep.
And he's got the legs. Clearly been feeling good. He's always one of those riders who can perform really well at a national championship.
He'll be economical here as well,
Absolutely.
won't he? 'Cause what he'll do, being so experienced, there are a lot of unknown riders who he won't know necessarily. Club riders operating at a much lower level than him will be so motivated. They're off the front of the national championships, and this isn't cynical, it's just realpolitik, like if you like. He will play their enthusiasm to his advantage. So the amount of extra effort that they're going to expend, he'll just he'll do what he needs to do just to show willing, but he'll also hold a bit back. You can see another couple of riders have attacked from the front of the bunch. Gaps at 1:21 now. We might have company soon, this solo attacker. We've got 2 off the front. Looks like another rider has attacked. Passing through this feed zone. So many different teams.
Wow.
How do you even begin to find where your bottle is being held aloft? That's chaos, isn't it? Potentially. I think there's a rider there.
There's a rider there waving,
yeah.
but you've got to also make your way to the left-hand side.
Yeah. Callum Thornley's following the moves there of Visma Lease Bike development rider. Here's Thornley, the rider from Red Bull Bora-Hansgrohe. What a dig this is from the Scotsman. And again, he's followed by Lewis Askey in the colours of NSN and Finn Pickering. 3 big riders here, really putting the hammer down on this little climb. Pickering and Thornley, former teammates. Lewis Askey riding these days for NSN. It's a bit more serene at the front where these riders have slotted into an orderly, functioning working party. Adam Lewis just coming through in that white kit of the APS Pro Cycling team.
Great to see that Adam Lewis has got himself into the front group, a former Rayner Foundation recipient. Irish trade for many, many years in Belgium, chipping away, trying to get that professional contract. Still racing for a team based abroad. This time a USA-based team-based squad. He's raced for St. Pyrénées, came back and did a couple of years with the Cornish team, raced for French teams a lot as well.
Got a teenager at the front of the race as well, young Matt Peace of the Picnic Postanel development squad, just 19 years of age. His first year with the development team. Raced just very recently, actually, raced the Giro d'Italia Next Gen. Before that, the Alpe d'Isère Tour as well. So he's had a heavy racing programme over recent weeks. Both of those races, Hannah, are very hard, aren't there? There's a lot of metres of climbing in both those races.
Oh, absolutely.
Seb Kiffin has been caught. He's there in 4th wheel with that white jersey and the orange trim. And we've got Lewis Askey and Ethan Vernon on the front now, really forcing it. So NSN working very hard to rip this race to bits. And successfully at the moment. They've created a bit of a gap there. Kiffin looks around, Finn Pickering's on his wheel. Askey just almost a little bit uncertain as to whether or not to persist with that tactic, just checking to see what's happening behind. Josh Housley at the back. All strung out at the back of the peloton. And Zeb Kiffin launches off the front with Finn Pickering on his wheel. Noah Hobbs has worked his way to the front as well. And I think it might be his brother, Henry Hobbs, not too far behind in the yellow of the Visma Leasebike development squad team. Brought a little bit of time back on the front of the race with those accelerations at the front of the bunch now. Back down to 1 minute and 28 seconds. Just a little name check here. Adam Lewis, Jim Brown of the Legion Los Angeles team, Josh Housley from Rider Revolution, Dan Whitehouse of the St George team, Owen Dool, Visma Leasebike, Tom Armstrong from the Wheelbase Cabtech Castelli team, Matt Peace, the 19-year-old we were just talking about, Ben Wiggins of the Hagens Berman Jayco team, the long-standing, very successful development team, run, of course, by the son of Eddie Merckx, Axel Merckx, and Jack Baldy of Pronto Bikes, rider 151. This rider is having a torrid time. He's clearly injured as well. Sam Chaplin from the J. Crew Hansling Racing team. He's got a bandage on his left elbow, and he's not enjoying life at the moment, Hannah.
I'm not surprised if he's carrying injuries, coming to this subpar because of a consequent crash. It's never nice because when you have such a knock to the body, it really affects your performance, and we also don't know how hard he crashed in the build-up, in the lead-up to this race, Sam Chaplin of Jack Crew Hansling Racing. So for him, clearly going through a bit of a rough patch, he'll be hoping that at some point, because the race at the front of the peloton has been relentless over the last 10 kilometers or so.
Yeah.
You can see here the rider from the Movistar Racing Academy. This is Lucas Jackson in the white jersey, who just flicks the elbow. He's on the left-hand side of your picture as you see it.
Yeah. Very
trying to
interesting young
force
man.
a move.
He's another teenager, Luke Jackson. He's 19 years of age. Actually grew up entirely in Spain, even though I think he's got one Spanish parent and one British parent. But yeah, signed by the Movistar development team. Interesting rider. And Zeb Kiffin has got into that counter-attack again, so his legs are really good, clearly.
And it's good to see that he is still getting himself into those moves. As you say, he's clearly got good legs. He's on a very, very good day. It was just unfortunate on the first descent of that steep climb. He had that mechanical issue, which ejected him out of the front of the race.
Ben Turner appears towards the front. First time I've spotted him, really. He's been largely invisible.
And Fred Wright, sort of 10 wheels back in the navy blue jersey of Pinarello Q36.5. A little bit hidden at the moment, but he's certainly moving himself up. There he is.
Connor Swift and Ben Turner, two massive riders for the Net Company Ineos team. Actually, is that Swift or Turner?
It's Swift,
isn't it? Yeah, Turner's a little bit further back, around about 10th place. Two of the tallest riders in the peloton. Connor Swift, a former British road race champion. What a ride that was. And you talk about the importance of this race and its prestige, Hannah, but that Connor Swift's victory a few years ago was an example of, well, it can change your career, can't it? It was such an eye-catching performance that he was signed to Arkea Samsic it was, and then became Nairo Quintana's wingman for a few years.
Yeah, he certainly did.
Enough.
Many years at the Tour de France, helping Nairo Quintana. Of course, when he won that, he was with Madison Genesis, a continental British-based team.
Which then folded, and it genuinely might not have happened for Connor Swift had he not claimed victory in that British Championship, and also in the manner that he did. It was just sensational. And here he is on the attack.
It's scary to think it was 8 years ago now.
Is it 8 years?
8 years ago. Can't believe it. Can't believe it. And what an integral part he's been, and what a ride he's done over the years for various leaders.
Well, this is an impressive ride.
Yeah, of course.
Look at this.
But the way he's assisted riders at the Ineos Grenadiers, and of course the aforementioned Arkea B&B hotels, or Arkea Samsic. Louis Sutton in the orange jersey, racing for the Euskaltel Euskadi squad, sitting in second wheel, just coming off the back of a really great and successful Tour of Slovenia. He's in the breakaway alongside one of the rider. A really hot day, but he was really strong that day.
Incredibly windy out there today. That was Lucas Naruka, I think, from the EF Education Easy Post team. Son of a very, very accomplished and successful middle distance runner, long distance runner. Yeah, that's Naruka. And Fred Wright following him. So we've got some increasingly big-name, talented riders, haven't we, working their way towards the front and repeatedly attacking. Pinarello Q36.5 bring two really accomplished possible winners to this race, Mark Donovan and Fred Wright. And this group at the front of the race have lost about a third of their advantage as they switch now and start to head towards the climb one more time. Riders at the front. Ben Wiggins moving to the front, the newly crowned under-23 time trial champion. Where do you see Ben Wiggins' career going over the years to come? Should be a classic specialist, shouldn't he? But he's also got track considerations as well. So.
Most definitely. An exceptional track rider. Very, very impressive at the Elite European Championships earlier on this spring. Some tremendous performances also in the World Championships. But for Ben Wiggins, he's one of those riders who, of course, is a very, very strong time trialist. But like you say, you would expect he's going to be one of those who thrives in one-day races, classics. I also think and he's only 21 years of age, he's also one of those who perhaps shouldn't pigeonhole himself too soon of what he can do on the road. I think he can be one of those who can become quite versatile.
Yeah, it's fascinating to watch him race, isn't it? Because physiologically he's very, very different looking from his father, and yet there's something about the pedal stroke which reminds you, straight away of Bradley Wiggins. It's quite incredible how that DNA passes itself down through generations. I remember David Miller pointing out to me that Dan Martin, even though he's physically such a different man from his uncle Stephen Roach, actually, if you look at the pedal stroke, it's almost identical to Stephen Roach's pedal stroke if you dig out old archives of the great Irish champion. And it literally gets passed down that sort of, it's almost like a thumbprint, isn't it, an autograph. Your pedal stroke is your pedal stroke, and there's not much you can do about it sometimes to change it, because it's what physiologically works for you. There's Ben Wiggins is there, reminiscent of his father. Attack comes from, I'm going to say Ben Turner this time. He's quite hard to tell them apart sometimes, isn't
I think it's Connor again.
Is it Connor again? It's clearly on a good day, isn't he, Connor Swift? Yeah, it is. Right.
Ben Turner's got this ever so slight little rock and roll.
Yeah. We're going to see Ben Turner attack at some point in this race, I'll be pretty sure of that. There he is, lurking a little bit further back down that line. Pinarello Q36.5 rider is Fred Wright going after Connor Swift. And that gap now at 45 seconds for a strong 2 or 3 rider group is bridgeable. They can get across to the front. And again, you talk about how Owen Doull opted to get in the first break of the day and place himself up the road. That's a really good example of why he might have wanted to do that, isn't it? Because if you do get a really powerful group of hitters coming across to the front of the race, then all of a sudden Owen Doull finds himself in a very strong breakaway. Very strong.
And this is the key thing for Owen Doull, for example. In fact, all of these riders who are in this breakaway, the 9 riders, the race has to come to them now. So they've established it, whereas everybody else in the peloton, there's been lots of movement, big accelerations, some really tense and intense moments to try and get yourself off the front, and trying to gauge and find the right move to go with has been really, really hard, and to this point it hasn't been successful in creating a new breakaway or a chasing group. But for these riders, now they've had sort of 20 kilometers where, yes, they've been going through, they've been cohesive, they've shared the workload in the breakaway, but they've not had the big spike in accelerations and intensity and sort of spike in heart rate either.
Yeah, it's been
much
very
more
different.
linear.
Yeah, it's been the experience of being at the front has been very different from animating things at the front of the peloton at this point. 151k to go, and of course it is National Sunday all across Europe. Some results, some races are underway. Results will start to come in, and even before the men's race here in Great Britain got underway, you pointed out the result of the Dutch National Championships men's elite race, which went to another Visma Lease bike rider, Wilco Kelderman, who took the title.
I know, couldn't believe it.
Incredible, isn't it?
Absolutely incredible, especially after
the crash
he crashed at the Giro d'Italia and consequently had the injury, couldn't start stage 4. Huge shame for the team and for Wilco Kelderman. Fractured his collarbone on stage 2, managed to finish stage 3, but then once the race headed to Italy,
he was done.
He was done for, and it's brilliant to see that he's able to take that title ahead of Bauke Mollema. Very, very, very hard course, I might add.
Yep.
Only around 35, 36 riders finished.
What a horrible crash that was at the Giro d'Italia. That was the one that paid for the GC ambitions of UAE Team Emirates, wiping out pretty much all their GC hopes. As Callum Thornley finds himself on the front looking round to see where the next moves are coming from. Time gap has come down to 36 seconds now. Dan Whitehouse, the black kits. Josh Housley in the blue. Tom Armstrong, rider number 74 for the wheelbase team. Still the harmony amongst this group of 9 is excellent, but their advantages diminishing all the time. They did have a minute and a half at one point, now they've only got 36 seconds. Oh, one dual local lad, Welshman, son of a doctor. Battling this, not only these horrible gradients now, but an absolutely howling headwind as they turn and head towards the coast again. You can see just how stiff that breeze is. So it's a very, very disorderly peloton, isn't it? Huge number of riders have attacked. Well, that's actually
it's our man
Sam
from
Chaplin.
Yeah, our man from Jack Crew Hansling.
How's he managed to do that?
Good on him.
Yeah, because he was right at the back, and not just at the back. It looked like he was struggling to hold on to the back as well. He's worked his way to the front and has attacked in the company of another rider.
We're not quite sure when he suffered that crash. You can see the bandage on the left elbow, also the bandage on the left knee. Maybe he was going through a rough patch at the start of the race. It's just taken him several kilometres to almost get warmed up and get himself into the race. If it's a recent crash in the last couple of days, your body's really stiff. It feels like you've just got no flow, no rhythm. You just feel really groggy on the bike. So you never know, he might have just gone through a very bad moment, a rough patch, and now he's come through the other side, and he's the one who is finally getting himself up the road.
Well,
and look at this, they're decimating the advantage of the 9 out front. 36 seconds.
There's a group of around about 10 riders behind, isn't there? And they've broken clear of the peloton. So suddenly the peloton has been absolutely exploded. These two groups are going to come together, but must be about 12 riders chasing to this Chaplin group, the second group on the road. But there's no Netcompany Ineos rider there. No sign of too much World Tour. There's none of the Pinarello Q36.5 riders, but I can tell you that Callum Thornley has got across. So he's followed that move and got across, and there's another group coming, and that does contain one of the two Netcompany Ineos riders, but it looks like this Melissa bike are controlling things on the front of the peloton, just to bring back a sense of control of the front of the bunch and bring that big second chase group to heel and bring them back into the fold. Very nearly 2 laps in now, so half of the big laps are nearly done. There's the Chaplin group. They've been joined by a number of other riders. More attacks coming off the front.
Sam Chaplin made a mid-season transfer from his former team to the Jack Crew Hansling squad. He won the Bucks road race, studying at Loughborough University. He won the Bucks road race and was picked up by the Jack Crew Hansling squad. The British University Championships, if you're wondering what that is and you've not heard of it before. And they clearly saw his talent, saw how strong he was. They could offer him a really good racing programme.
Time cap's gone out a little bit to 50 seconds to the peloton, and that group of chasers, the Chaplin group, with, well, I noticed Zeb Kiffin was off the front as well as Callum Thornley as well. They are just 10 seconds in front of the peloton. Dool looking around to check what's happening behind and see if you can see the shape of the peloton and what's going on behind. Up they go on this steep climb. You can see how pure a climber Matt Peace appears to be. The young man from the Picnic Postanel development team. Looks very, very comfortable on these gradients, doesn't he? And another good ride as well from the rider from the St George Continental Cycling Team, Dan Whitehouse. Very capable performance from him. Dool deciding to come round those riders, comes past Ben Wiggins and tries to shut the gap to the 3 riders who've gone off the front, including Tom Armstrong, Matt Peace, Dan Whitehouse. And here comes Owen Dool. Nearly at the top of the climb.
Glad to see the pots and pans are out.
Yeah.
To offer up some encouragement, some motivation, cheering these riders on this climb. Matt Peace, the younger brother of Oliver Peace, both riders racing for the Picnic Postanel development team. He's only 19 years of age, the rider in that navy blue jersey with the orange stripes down the back. Really, really exceptional performance thus far. Look at the style of these riders as they try and haul away up the steep gradients. It's really deceptive, this ascent. It really is. The camera, despite the brilliant work that the operators are doing, it just doesn't do it justice, because you've got these gradients of 12, 13%. At one point it's at 16%. Sam Chaplin on the far left side. And he's gone from being in a position where he's been off the front in the chase, and now he's really struggling on this climb.
Yeah, the rider in all sorts of difficulty there on that climb was George Safranauskas of the Shills Dolcini racing team, based in Essex. Callum Thornley flicks an elbow, gets a bit of support. That time gap of 40 seconds, can they ride across? The race is all still very close together, though. All these groups within a minute of one another. A spot of rain on the lens. There was a possibility of rain. If it's falling, it's not falling with any degree of seriousness yet, but it might just be that we'll have a wet race at some point throughout this afternoon. A little reminder of who we've got at the front of the race, including Ben Wiggins of the Hagens Berman Jayco team. There's Matt Peace from Picnic Postanel. Jim Brown from the Legion and the Los Angeles team. Used to race in the continental scene here, but signed to that team. Fred Wright in the almost black kit of Pinarello Q36.5. Jed Smithson as well appearing in the purple kit of the Hagens Berman Jayco team on the front of the peloton alongside Fred Wright. Finn Pickering attacks once more. Zeb Kiffin towards the front from the Telangana team as well. This is classic National Road Race fare. It just never settles down. There's very, very little structure to this race. Ben Wiggins looks around. I don't think he really wants to commit to going solo and breaking this group up just yet. They really need to get back into their working order and continue to rotate in that smooth manner in which they've been doing to this point. Otherwise, they don't have a hope of staying away off the front. If they start to attack one another and it starts to fall apart, then that will doom this little group off the front. But the closer the peloton gets behind, the more you're going to see this this cohesion fall apart at the front of the race. Rider 151 is Jack Baldi of the Pronto Bikes team. Descending off the climb now. Charlie Stockwell of Bahrain victorious, just finds himself in a two-rider move off the front. Tell you what, Hannah, you were saying that at certain points in races you can feel empty and then recover. Sometimes there's no rhyme or reason to it, but on a long day of commentary like this, I think there is a reason why I'm feeling empty.
When was the last time you ate, Ned?
Breakfast.
Last night?
About
Oh,
7 o'clock this morning.
What did you have?
Yeah,
What did you have?
I had a croissant.
A croissant.
It saw me
That's
through.
not substantial
It
for
saw
a
me through
long
an hours
day.
of the women's race, but right now the lights are beginning to go out. 141k of the men's race remaining, and we've got a very dynamic race situation.
You set yourself up for bonking with only a croissant. Did you have some jam on it?
It was massive. It was
Was
about
it?
as big as my head.
Was it?
Yeah, it was
All
a
right,
huge.
well, then we can say that's 3 croissants. A coffee?
It was yeah, I had a coffee as well. I was just pleased to find a cafe open because it was an early start this morning.
It was.
What do you think, incidentally, at the Tour de Suisse, Hannah, of the fact that that race kind of changed the way they run the women's race and the men's race, and they started the women's race incredibly early in the morning and then the men's race in the afternoon?
Very early for the riders. You really have to adapt. So you go from racing potentially at sort of 10, 11, maybe 12 in the afternoon. For the women's races, they were very early, so it means that you really have to adjust waking up. What time do you have breakfast? Some riders, for example, on some days were up before 6 in the morning. You've got to try and have something to eat. It's also a very long and very early start, not just for the riders but for the staff.
Yeah.
So for the soigneurs, for the mechanics, to make sure that everything is ready and prepared. And it seems maybe a little bit silly, but for some riders it's really hard to eat so early in the morning and try and take on the amount of food that you might need. So for example, even for the women's race this morning, they got underway at 8:45 a.m. so it would have meant that you have to arrive at the start at least 7:30, and depending on where you're staying, which hotel, B&B, at home if you are fortunate enough, depends what time and how long of a travel you've got. So maybe you're eating at 6 in the morning or just before 6. So you've really got to have everything planned of what you are going to have for your breakfast, whether it's porridge, whether it's going to be something else, rice, oatmeal, whatever it might be. And so you've really got to adapt the body. And I remember years ago, Lucy van der Haar as she is now, she prepared 1 week before her national championships, getting up at the time that the women's race that she'd have to get up for the women's race.
Really?
So for that week in the lead-in, getting her body used to eating at that time, being up, being awake, so when she came to race day, she was ready, she was prepared for it. There was no sort of surprise to the body, which I always thought was really interesting and naturally makes a lot of sense. Even if it doesn't scientifically do something, it certainly does psychologically.
Yeah. The shock of the alarm clock going off at 4:45 or whatever. Yeah.
Absolutely.
I was at a bike race earlier on this year in West Africa, the Tour de Benin, where there were long transfers to get to the start every single day, and that was similar. The riders were setting their alarms at 5:15, that sort of thing, and then into the cars. 2.5 hour drive to the start, pretty much every day. And then you had to start the race pretty early in the morning because it's a tropical country, and by lunchtime it's absolutely scorching. So they tried to
And
finish
then
the races early.
with it being tropical, is there then downpours later on, or
No, just hot.
just very hot,
very hot.
very humid, high humidity?
Yeah, very hard racing conditions, but absolutely delightful racing. Brilliant country.
And then
Highly
no doubt a
recommend
long transfer post-stage.
it. Massive. Yeah, very long days. But a great country. There's Ethan Hayter off the front from Soudal Quickstep. Trying manfully to get himself a bottle. Is he going to get a second bite of the cherry? No. So Hayter's missed a bottle. 4-time individual time trial champion of Great Britain. Closing in on the record of Stuart Dangerfield and Michael Hutchinson. Not Michael Hutchinson. Alex Dowsett is the other rider who's got 6 titles, but Hayter's racking them up now, isn't he? 4 times he's won. Split in the peloton. This is the second half of the peloton coming through the feed zone. Lewis Askey once again finds himself on the front. And again, Zeb Kiffin is involved. Clearly on great form with Louis Sutton of the Euskaltel Euskadi team. Ben Turner now appearing towards the front. Noah Hobbs there as well. Or is that Lucas Naroka? It might be actually Naroka. But that's half the peloton gone, isn't it, off the back? That's a very small peloton that's been forced there. Could be that that second half of the peloton might just be able to get back on. But we're missing, by the looks of it, about 50 riders. Well, we've got a private member rider off the front. It could be John Bardsley, I suspect, in the black kit with the white jersey. And no logos, no team, unaffiliated rider. This doesn't look good for Tom Armstrong.
It does not.
I don't know whether it's a leg issue or... Well, he just found himself off the front, actually, so I thought he'd been dropped. This is Bardsley, I think. Counter-attack coming, another rider coming across, which is probably what he needs if he's going to make progress across the gap. It's a minute to get across to the front of the race. And Ethan Hayter's part of the counter-attack, as well as one of the Ineos development team riders. Hayter was involved in the finish last year, wasn't he?
4th in the end, wasn't it?
4th in the end, just behind Ethan Vernon, who picked up the bronze medal, and Matt Brennan, who won the sprint for 2nd place behind Sam Watson. I tell you what, we have not seen Matt Brennan once, have we, so far? At least I haven't spotted him, which is ominous and exactly what you'd expect of Matt Brennan. He's hiding. Teammate up the road in Awandu. Matt Brennan scheduled to race Steve Welter this year. Is that going to be his first Grand Tour? Yes.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I'd be very surprised if Matt Brennan didn't come away from the Vuelta with something.
Oh, absolutely.
Especially with the Vuelta's not renowned to be the most sprinter friendly, is it? So those sprinters, if you consider Matt Brennan to be a sprinter, which he's got so much about him, hasn't he? But he is also a sprinter. You'd expect him to be very competitive in the Vuelta field. Will you be at the Vuelta this year?
I will. I will.
You've done a few of those, haven't you?
Yes. I have. I'm trying to think. I think this is my 7th one.
Wow.
Yeah. Flying. Time's flying.
Well, they are still holding on to their lead. It's ebbed and flowed a little bit. It's contracted. It's expanded. We've seen the odd counter-attack. And this is the Ethan Hayter group.
Looks like it's Ben Miller in that group as well, with that navy blue jersey on from the No Pins RT squad. White helmet, navy blue jersey. One of the riders from the Ineos Grenadiers Racing Academy getting himself into the move too. Roaring tailwind.
Yeah, this is the very, very fast section of the course. Look how aerodynamic Ethan Hayter's getting himself there. Absolutely rattling along on this part of the course.
Another rider who's been really anonymous is Ben Turner.
Yep.
Haven't seen sight nor sound.
No, he's appeared towards the front, hasn't he? Just to trick me into thinking he was Connor Swift, or vice versa. But you're right, he's not actually put his nose in the wind. He's been there or thereabouts, but hasn't shown anything yet, hasn't played any cards.
We're still... Yeah, you take a look, you've got 135 kilometres to go, and these 4 riders are coming across
fast,
pretty swiftly.
And 9 riders at the front, 4 coming across. That'll be 13 riders off the front if they get there, which they will do fairly soon. But last time we saw the peloton wasn't too far behind, was it? So could be little whole races coming back together again now. So perhaps sensing that the race isn't too far behind. There's the remains of the peloton. There's another little attack coming off the front. Another 3 riders coming together. It is all looks like it's about to come back together again. And as a result, those 9 riders at the front, they know what's coming up the road behind, and it's beginning to fall apart at the front as well.
It is one of those circuits and one of those courses that's a really good racing circuit. So we've not seen the time gap to the 9 riders out front grow exponentially to something that is nigh impossible to close. You know, it's still always been possible.
Yeah.
You know, it's never been out of reach for the peloton. So for a lot of those riders, as we've mentioned, Ben Turner, Matty Brennan, Lewis Askey, Ethan Vernon, although he's made a couple of moves, there's never been a need to panic and think, oh, well, the race is over, because the way that this course has been made, it's still possible to come back.
Yeah. But how different this is from the women's elite race earlier in the morning.
Yeah, completely.
Same course, but the peloton is behaving completely differently.
Yeah, completely different. I think in the women's race, they completely underestimated the strength of Josie Knight.
So that is Matty Dodd of the Ineos Grenadier Racing Academy team. And he's been joined in that group that have made the junction by Tom Portsmouth of the Guidon Châtellois team, the French club team. 3rd place in the Criterium Championships for Tom just the other day. We've got an NSN rider, I think it's Lewis Askey. We've got Finn Pickering and another one of the Ineos Grenadiers development team riders, as well, by the looks of it, as a Louis Sutton of Euskaltel Euskadi.
Yeah. This is Theodore Opolzer at the very back of the group.
Yep. In the stealth kit, the private members kit. And with his 13 pinned appropriately and traditionally upside down, that's Ed Morgan of the CC Villeneuve Saint-Germain team. One of a number of riders, young British pros, making their way in the continental scene and riding for amateur French club teams. And of course, there's a thriving French racing scene at club level there that often has historically provided a home for British talent that's making its way in the sport. Lewis Askey comes across with Louis Sutton and Finn Pickering. And I'm losing count now. I think that's 16 riders at least at the front of the race. Who is going to keep control of this group? Is it too big to work harmoniously together? There's a few variables here, but there's a slight danger that this race could become a little bit uncontrollable at this point. And so we've got some big engines up the road now. Finn Pickering, such a talented rider. Very self-confident as well, analytical. Finn Pickering thinks about the sport. Lewis Haskey is slotted straight into his role at the front and is keeping this rolling. And it looks like with Louis Sutton rolling through and then Tom Portsmouth, this is a breakaway group that's going to be hard to keep under control. Ethan Hayter, let's not forget, he's there as well as Finn Pickering. So we've got really quite a clutch of World Tour talent in this group as well. Getting stronger all the time, this breakaway, with the addition of those 7 extra riders. There's the bunch, they're not too far behind, and there's a smattering of yellow at the front of the bunch, isn't there? And I wonder whether Brennan's made a move to try and get across, sensing a bit of danger in this group. It's possible, isn't it?
Especially as it's swelled in numbers, and the fact that whilst you've got Finlay Pickering, who's racing for the World Tour team of Team Jayco Alula, you've got Ben Wiggins, who's racing for the development team, so you've certainly got an allegiance that will be formed there naturally because it's in the best interest. Ben Wiggins still eligible for the Under-23 title. Otherwise, since, who was it now, Aaron King from Wheelbase Cabtech Castelli was dropped in distance, this meant that they only have 1 rider left, and this is this man here at the back, Tom Armstrong. Jonas Grenadiers only with 1 rider, so the only team that has some sort of numerical advantage is Jayco Alula / Harvins Berman's Jayco.
Yeah, and just as soon as you said that, it was evident actually that Wiggins looked round for Pickering, and Pickering's got right on his wheels, so they are literally working together.
There's another large group who's coming across.
Yeah,
so you've got this group of 16. And then there's a larger group, which is probably only 12 seconds. Well, it says 16 seconds. I bet they're look at that.
They're here.
They're almost there.
Yeah.
They've made the junction.
And I did spot Callum Thornley among them, so he won't be alone. As the pictures just freeze up just a little bit. This is the back of what remains of the peloton.
Thomas Pattinson is in this group in the pink jersey for EF Education Evolo. Development team to the EF Education Easy Post team.
Hayter motoring on. And that's Matt Brennan, I'm pretty sure. There's 2 yellow jerseys for Visma Lease Bike, and that looked like the smaller figure of Matt Brennan, who's got across in that second chase group that's just made the junction to the front of the race. Back of the peloton you're looking at now. Very dynamic. This is classic National Championship fare though, isn't it? This is what happens in the National Championships. It's a wild and uncontrollable race. O1 Duel looking round. A little bit of a gap. Let's have a look, see if we can spot another yellow jersey there.
Wow. This is sewn back together.
It has.
This is Gruppo Compacto, but in a long line.
Gruppo almost compacto, isn't it? But really stretched out and under pressure, everybody. Zeb Kiffin is towards the front as well. But that big breakaway group has been brought to heel as Hayter persists. Fred Wright follows the wheel of Ben Wiggins.
Askey, Sutton, Brennan in the yellow jersey.
Yeah. Kiffin. The cream's rising to the top now, isn't it? More and more you're seeing the stronger and stronger riders. Askey, Wiggins, Fred Wright, Hayter. Brennan now making an appearance for the first time towards the front. Finn Pickering. Neither Connor Swift or Ben Turner. Ah, there is Ben Turner, a little bit further back. Louis Sutton is there in the orange of the Basque team, Euskadi. Well, 128k to go, and the race reboots, and we wait for the next attacks. I mean, this isn't the whole peloton, we should say. 140 riders started this race. That's half the race, isn't it, at the moment? We can't have many more than about 70 riders at the front. So there's been a selection, but the early break of the day has been swept up and called. Matt Brennan takes a big swig from his bidon, the first time we've seen him move, and although we couldn't see exactly what was happening, it did look like Brennan took the responsibility and did a bit of riding on his own, put his nose in the wind, sensing the danger of that 16-rider group, that he really had to react and couldn't let that group go.
It was probably getting to a situation, the fact that that group had swelled so much, where Owain Doull is then in a situation where it could be difficult to win from that group, especially with Hayter there, for example. So maybe it's a situation, right, the group's too big, let's change the scenario, let's change the situation here, let's get one of our fast men, Matty Brennan, let's try and get the numerical advantage and put that into our court, which is not a bad thing to do, because it's still such a long way to go. Tom Portsmouth.
Another good day for him.
Really good. He's a rider in the red jersey, fluorescent sunglasses.
He looks good on a bike, doesn't he, Tom?
He does.
Really does.
Really powerful,
solid. Yeah.
really solid. He's one of those riders that he got that professional contract. He was a neo-pro for 2 years, and he's one of those who works so hard, so tirelessly to get that professional contract, and ultimately wasn't kept on. The team no longer around, didn't find another contract elsewhere, dropped down from second division pro team level down to club level now. But I think it just shows you can't let a situation like that deter you from continuing.
Yep.
You've really got to fight, find your way, have some more good results. And he's had some really good, some cracking results this year. Been on the podium, been in lots of breakaways, been up there in the general classification of a few stage races.
Yeah, he's got better and better as well as the year has gone on.
And perhaps never a bad thing to sort of go back to the drawing board, learn. He's had the help and assistance of the Rayner Foundation. They've really been committed to him, and he's really given them a lot back too.
Lives in an apartment in central France that is provided by the owner of the team, actually, the man who bankrolls the team. Speaks very highly of him. And he's off the front of the National Championships with 4 other riders, group of 5, maybe 6 riders at the front. His counter-attack of 4 hasn't quite made the junction and come across. Lotto Artache's Josh Giddings. First time we've seen him in the race, and I think Fred Wright's on his wheel, isn't he? There's Giddings. No, it's not. It's Jim Brown again, isn't it, from the Legion Los Angeles team. Trying to get the harmony, trying to get the work going, and Giddings is a powerful ally for these riders to try and develop this. And they've got a little bit of a gap, these 6 riders. Something to start to work with. This Malisa Bike development team have placed a rider up the road. Gonna say that's Elliot Rowe.
Elliot Rowe.
Yeah.
This is Jack Brough on the front of the ex-Provence Doyle team. Lives down in X now. Could be Joe Brooks actually. 2 riders. They've got quite confusing on the start list.
Yeah.
One side under 23s, the other side fully fledged seniors. I do actually think it's Joe Brooks, the 23 youngster.
Well, we'll wait for confirmation as Ed Morgan just dives under a low-hanging branch at the side of the road. Just about gets away with it. So they are on the third lap of the 4 of the big circuit.
Yeah, it is indeed Joe Brooks.
And it is indeed Elliot Rowe of the Visma Lease bike team. On the climb again. Grinding their way up this brutal little test. 6 riders at the front of the race. This might provide this climb an opportunity for some of the better climbers just to punch their way up, and the stronger riders to join in if they think this is a breakaway with legs. It's hard at the front, it's just as hard at the back. The suffering pretty universal on this climb. Really severe test. Maximum gradients of 16% or thereabouts. Tom Portsmouth looking really good. He's a big rider in the red of the French club team. Guidon Châtelet. Châtelois, I should say. Ethan Hayter is on the march again. Stolen off the front. Taking with him another rider. In this case, it's Oliver Dawson of the J. Crow Hansling Racing Team. Hayter on a good day today. That's the second time he's been off the front. And we've got a move from Ben Turner of net company Ineos. Pressure really being felt at the back. Sam Llewellyn of Team Skyline doing a really good job as a mechanical. Brings a rider to a halt. That's Tom Scott of the UTC Butcherbox cycling team. Just looking down at his group set. I don't know whether he dropped a chain or had another mechanical issue. But it's going to be difficult for him to get the assistance that he needs and get back in the race. Might have to affect his own repairs there. As the sun comes out again on this beautiful parcours. 60 kilometres into this race. About a third of the race distance has been done now. Group working really well together. Tom Portsmouth just slots in at the back. So Joe Brooks of the AVC Aix-Provence Doyle team, Tom Portsmouth, Tom Martin of the Wheelbest Cabtech Castelli team, Elliot Rowe, the development team of Visma Lease bike, Josh Giddings of Lotto Intermarché World Tour rider, and Jim Brown from the Legion Los Angeles team. Those are the 6 riders at the front. This ever-changing situation in the men's elite road race here at the British National Championships in Ceredigion in Wales. And the attacks continue to pile off the front of this very, very reduced peloton, as you can see. There's maybe no more than about 40 riders in this group. The whittling down has been relentless. The pace has been relentless. And that gap is slight, even though these riders are cooperating really well. You can see there's a counter-attack with Noah Hobbs in the pink of EF Education Easy Post. One of the Jaco Alula riders, I think, is there. Finn Pickering might well be among them because he's shown a lot of attacking spirit, Pickering. So there's a counter-attack trying to get across to the front of the race. Yeah, a little flash of purple from Jaco Alula. A little bit out of focus, hard to pick exactly who that is, but there's definitely a group coming across of maybe 4 or 5 riders to join the 6 at the front. Rolling terrain. Back into a headwind situation. Heading to complete the 3rd of their 4 large loops. Well, there's certainly no passengers here. All these riders are sharing the work easily, harmoniously. The question is, who is in that second group? And when they get across, who's going to take the responsibility at the front of the bunch of controlling them? This is outstanding riding from Tom Portsmouth. He's really showing off the best of him, his characteristics. He was absolutely delighted with his first ever podium at national championship level. And that group is getting a little bit closer. There's 5 riders there. Noah Hobbs is one of them, who's got a very, very fast finish, the man from EF Education Easy Post. And the peloton, though, not too far behind them. So the pressure being exerted at the front of the race with Josh Giddings. Again, he's a lovely, smooth rider to watch, this Giddings, big man from Lotto Intermarché. And a 3rd group on the road is about to make the junction to that 2nd group, so we've got 3 distinct groups off the front of what remains of the bunch. Almost got more riders off the front than there are left in the peloton, as this race continues to break apart and shatter in absolute bits and pieces now. And if it's hard for you to follow at the moment, the ebbing and flowing of which rider's in which group, imagine actually being in the peloton and trying to keep track of how many groups have gone up the road without team radios. Got to be alert, observant, lucid and rational all the while when you are physically right at the edge and on the limit as well. Martin of the Wheelbase Camtech Castelli team. We're getting closer and closer to seeing who's in these groups. That's definitely Finn Pickering from Jaco Alula. Definitely Noah Hobbs. They're looking around though, and the peloton's not too far behind them. We're going to have the catch, I think, pretty soon. And this latest breakaway is going to be thwarted in their efforts to try and get themselves a sustainable advantage and actually build something. But it's just not settling down behind. At the back of the peloton, though, Sebastian Brindley of the Lidl Trek Future Racing team, as Connor Swift flicks an elbow. It's Connor Swift just coming back. And here we are at the front of the race again with Tom Watson. That Finn Pickering group was almost there, but there they come just around the corner, and on this descent, that gap has opened up, if anything, just a little bit more. It's such a technical, fast descent, but they're off for that descent now, heading towards the starts of, I think it's the last lap of the big circuit. Peloton in close advance behind. With this group which has come together now, with Grindley from the Lidl Trek team. A little bit of a lack of cohesion there. Finn Pickering tries to keep that move going and maybe just prize away 1 or 2 riders to go with him to form a fighting force of 3 or 4 that could stand a chance to get across to the front of the race. It's too big a group and the peloton have brought them back. That might be the best thing at the moment for these 6 riders. If they're just eases off behind, they can extend their lead here. And as ever with the breakaway group, they can only do what they can do. The rest is down to the peloton, how it behaves. And at the moment, it's just been really dynamic, really attacking. attack after attack, group after group forming at the front of the race as they pass through the feed zone. Josh Giddings was formerly of Lotto Soudal, survived all those riders who lost their jobs when the two teams, Lotto Soudal and Intermarché Wanty, merged. There's Ollie Wood. First time we've seen him gets to the front with Ben Turner on his wheel. And it was former national champion Alice Wood, his wife, who was in the feed zone there, and I think he missed a bottle. So Alice trying to ensure that he got a bottle as Fred Wright attacks now, and Ollie Wood goes after him. Fred Wright has got across to the front of the race, and Elliot Rowe follows the man from London, whose parents I caught a glimpse of at the finish line earlier on today, actually there for the women's race as well, Becca and Phil. If they're watching somewhere in Aberystwyth, your presence at the start line this morning did not go unnoticed. 6 riders there. Ben Turner trying to bridge across from net company Ineos, the company of some 3 or 4 other riders. In the meantime, Commissaire poking his head out the sunroof, trying to keep a track of where all these groups are on the road and regulate the traffic as well. Big job, and a little understood job, of the chief com is actually trying to keep order in the convoy. Commissaires aren't just there to hand out the fines at the end of the day and penalise riders for improper conduct or sticky bottles, etc. They are actually an integral part of the way a bike race is managed and worked. And to keep track of a race like this, which keeps changing shape, is no easy proposition. That's the peloton, though, or what remains of it. Maybe 60 riders strong of an original 140. Ollie Wood and Fred Wright at the front of the race now. There's quite a few of the riders who were in the Tom Portsmouth, Josh Gidding move, but those two riders in particular have dropped back. Jack Baldy was in that first big breakaway of 9 riders. He's at the back. Fred Wright with the gel in his mouth, unable to find a moment right at the moment where he can actually get it into his system. The racing is just too full on at the moment, so seeking an opportunity where you can just get that gel. You've got to keep on top of hydration and nutrition. Keep feeding the system, because if the lights go out on a course like this, they can go out really dramatically and very suddenly. There we go, Fred Wright of Pinarello Q36.5, former British national champion a few years ago. His victory up Saltburn Bank in Saltburn, on a day of high emotion as well, when Fred was thinking about his teammates when he was riding for Bahrain Victorious, Gino Maida, who only that year had passed away.
.115 kilometres to go. Elliot Rowe, as well as Jim Brown in that navy blue jersey, white helmet with the red cuffs on the sleeves, as well as Fred Wright, former British champion, in the navy blue and gold jersey of Pinarello Q36.5 in this group, as Joe Brooks flicks the elbow. A number of riders just coming across here, including one of the riders from EF Education. There's a man who has formerly been in one of the moves. That's Theodore Opolzer in that navy blue jersey at the back, number 8. Also coming across in this move is the rider racing for the Vendée Premio Energy team, Adam Mitchell. He's in the white jersey at the very back of this group with the colours of the development team towards Total Energy. Thomas Pattinson up towards the front with Rowe in the yellow jersey on his wheel. On 9 riders with a larger group that is attempting to come across, including, from what I can see from behind, that chase is being led by the Ineos Grenadiers. You can see those unmistakable jerseys, the grey jersey with the orange helmets up towards the front. Looks as though there's a couple of the Academy riders in that group too. Yeah, there is. Those orange jerseys of the Ineos Grenadiers Racing Academy. Looks as though Jacob Bush is in the group for Picnic Postonel development team. The under-23 rider who is trying to sew things back together at the front of the race. Once again, having very rarely missed a move today. Tom Portsmouth in that red jersey with the red helmet, fluorescent glasses. Connor Swift is in the group, as is Ben Wiggins, Lewis Askey. Fred Wright just takes a little look around, sees the situation. Also looks as though Jed Smithson's made the move. Caroline Dull just trying to hop out of the peloton and come across at this critical moment. We sense the danger, the fact that this group is swelling in numbers, and on this particular rise here and on this climb, he can do something and use his power, use his strength, his stamina to get across to the front of the race. So Connor Swift comes through, former British champion. Here is Lewis Askey, who in only a few days' time will be off to Barcelona for the Grand Depart to race in the Tour de France. Anderson announcing their roster of riders only a few days ago. Well, it's such a reduced number in this peloton. So many riders have been ejected out of the back of the group, and one by one has been dropped and distanced. It's been a real whittling down process. This is Rory Gravel of the Tyrrell KTM cycling team in the white jersey, black shorts, racing for the Austrian-based squad. With an attempt to keep things rolling here, Askey wanting to keep the pressure applied. The thing is, this group is far too large. It's far too big to get some cohesive work between these riders. There's going to be too many passengers, too many riders. At the back of this group, number 59, or penultimate, is Ethan Hayter. That's a very, very slender advantage. 110 kilometres to go. What's this group? Around 20 riders. Sewing up the back is Owain Doull. It's still so much to come. There's still 2 ascents of the shorter, steeper climb on this longer loop. Still 1.5 laps left of the larger loop before they move on to the smaller loops of 12.4 kilometres. That's where you'll see the 4.6 kilometre climb. Much nicer gradient in terms of its average, but it's far longer, it's much more of a drag.
Ethan Hayter in a position in the bunch which he is often accustomed to. Hasn't, especially in his Ineos years, wasn't always the most comfortable rider in the peloton, and sometimes to the frustration of teammates. Ethan Hayter would have to be led from the back up towards the front, but he's been really active so far, Hayter. His former teammate Ben Turner is pushing on at the front with Lewis Askey, who's been very dynamic as well. Ben Wiggins is still there. Finn Pickering too, towards the front.
It's one of those, though, Ned, where if you're not comfortable being in a very hectic peloton and right in the centre of it all, where there's lots of chopping, changing, and you don't want to be there, naturally, unless you're at the front, you're going to drift towards the back and be much happier and safer and feel safer at the back. The thing that you run the risk of, well, you see here the reason why momentarily he's at the back is he wants a bottle. Yep. He's only got 1 bottle on the bike, but you run the risk of missing a move if you are at the back, even if you are much happier being here. I recall a stage of Paris-Nice, I think it was stage 2 of Paris-Nice a couple of years ago, where he's right at the back, even to the closing stages, and then somehow managed to get himself up towards the front. Mads Pedersen won the stage, and I think Hayter was 2nd or 3rd. So the engine, the power, the physical capabilities are more than there. You just much prefer to be at the back.
Or at the front.
Or at the front, yeah, absolutely.
We've seen a bit of both from Ethan Hayter so far. I mean, he's been very active. He's been off the front a few times and pushing on at the front. And so too is Finn Pickering. He's invested an awful lot in this race already, hasn't he, the young man from Jake Alula. Bit of a gap there. Still, with this, what it must be, best part of 15 riders at the front of the race, including Tom Portsmouth, including Ben Wiggins. There's another purple jersey as well, isn't there, belonging to either the Hagen Berman's team or...
Yeah, it's Jed Smithson.
Jed Smithson,
the youngster for the development team. It's taken a long while, isn't it, to get a bottle? When all the action is going on at the head of affairs and the head of the peloton, and lots of moves, accelerations.
I wonder how many team cars there are in the convoy.
Yeah,
if you're right
true.
at the back of that. And actually, which team car is looking after Ethan Hayter? Because it's not going to be a Soudal Quickstep team car.
Well, it'll be the Great Britain cycling team car, I would imagine. So a team have to have a minimum amount of riders entered into the race to be able to have a team car. So very often there will be an allegiance formed in order to have a team car saying, right, well, we'll look after these riders, we'll have their bike on the roof, we'll service them. But we already saw in the women's race that there was the Great Britain cycling team car driven by Lizzie Deignan and with Matt Bramier in the passenger seat. So I would imagine for those riders, they would service the likes of Ethan Hayter, for example.
Ben Turner there using a little bit of the slipstream from the camera motorbike just to develop that attack. The longer this race goes on, the more we're seeing of Ben Turner now. Connor Swift a little bit less so. He's not in this front group, but it's over to Ben Turner now instead. Welter stage winner, of course, of late last summer in 2025. Raced the Giro d'Italia to great effect. Even if he didn't come away with a victory, he had a number of high placings, and he was unlucky on the odd occasion as well, Ben Turner. as well as doing a lot of work for Egan Bernal, his leader, on occasions. He's a rider, of course, who's on the move next year. Ben Turner joining Soudal Quickstep, which is a team move that makes sense.
I think it's Swift, the twins, the Turner Swift twins.
For heaven's sake. What happens when you don't eat until 3 o'clock?
I've told you before, Ned, a croissant, one croissant for a big day isn't to suffice. Adam Mitchell at the back of the group there for the Vendée Premio Energy team, that white jersey.
Fred Wright's clearly on a good day today, isn't he? He's been increasingly over the course of the last 30-40 kilometres, he's been on all the moves, animating them on occasions, following them on other occasions. And as we alluded to before, Hannah, his form is right there where it needs to be, isn't it, Fred Wright?
Most definitely, and wouldn't it be fantastic to see after so many podiums, good performances, especially this year when he's been racing for Pinarello Q36.5 for the first time, dropping down from World Tour level into that second division team, but very much still of the calibre of a World Tour squad.
Yep.
To regain the national jersey and to have 12 months in that iconic jersey. You get to have the honour to wear it in training, every race you do, every road race, show off the colours and the national bands with pride. It's really, the road race is really the blue ribbon event.
Look at that, that's Ben Turner.
There's Ben Turner, there's Big Ben.
on the wheel of Ethan Hayter, who picked up a bronze medal last year in the Road Race Championship. Cameron Mason, who we haven't seen for a while, of Alpecin Premier Tech, he's there. As Hannah, alongside me, just collapses into a sort of pool of hilarity. Louis Sutton.
Do you want some
right
more of
there.
my sweets?
I have to at this point. Zeb Kiffin still in the mix. And of course Ethan Vernon with a teammate up the road, and Lewis Askey. It's not much of a gap, is there? Just 16 seconds. Is this what we're calling the peloton?
Yeah.
Not very big, is it? But this is the pattern of the national championships, especially when it's held on a course like this. It just gets whittled down and whittled down and whittled down until, in the end, you've just got a selection of groups and nothing that you can call a peloton. And we've still got 103 kilometres of today's race to go.
One rider that's been really, really quiet, and I'm almost starting to think, did he even start, is Mark Donovan.
Yeah, I haven't spotted him at any point. I've only seen his
Because
teammate Fred Wright. He would
be up there, but he'd also be of real use to Fred Wright.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I've not seen him at all. About 20 riders are making in this group. Portsmouth being one of them. The rider right at the back, I think you mentioned already, is Adam Mitchell of the Vendée U, which is the feeder team to Total Energy, isn't it? In the Vendée region of Western France.
Ollie Stockwell getting himself involved here, third wheel with the navy blue jersey, the Celeste shoulders for Bahrain Victorious. Came through the CSF Friuli team, development team to Bahrain Victorious. Another rider who's just come off the back of a great Tour of Slovenia. He was crucial to their team with Jakob Orbsel.
Tour of Slovenia. Won by Florian Lipovic, who's coming into form ahead of the Tour de France. A few more results coming in from around Europe as well. The women's elite road race in Italy has just come to a close a few minutes ago, 36 minutes ago. And it won't surprise anybody to read that Elisa Longo Borghini has won the Italian Championship yet again. How many titles has she got? I'm going to guess it's 6. Is it that many? I'll have to look that up. But she is a serial winner of that title, isn't she? Took a stage of the Tour de Suisse recently, Elisa Longo Borghini, even if she wasn't able to defend her title that she'd won for the last 2 years in a row at the Giro d'Italia, which switched its place in the calendar from July to a start concurrent with the back end of the men's Giro d'Italia, and I think that's a positive move in the women's racing calendar. It makes a lot of sense, doesn't it, to take that women's race away from July and give it a bit of give it a bit of spotlight, because it always, in terms of publicity, gets swamped by the men's Tour de France.
I agree. Having the overlap for the final couple of days of the men's Giro, starting the women's race, and of course Elisa Longo Borghini winning that final stage in emphatic fashion after a pretty tough and rough start to the season through illness. Really nice to see that she's got to this point in the season, as you say, having that victory in the Tour de Suisse, final stage victory in the Giro d'Italia, and retaining her national champions jersey.
I've just looked it up, Hannah.
Go on.
It's her 7th title.
Oof,
wow.
wow.
She's won that's the road race.
Yeah,
she's won a couple of time trial championships.
Yeah, she has.
Not bad at all, isn't it? And this is Italy we're talking about.
Yeah, absolutely.
Jim Brown in a bit of difficulty. He's invested a lot. He's been up the road for a long time in various different breakaways today.
I'm wondering if he's got a single chainring on this kind of course. I think he has, you know.
It's a very little gear there, isn't it?
Brave. That's all I can say.
Jed Smithson. Exactly 100 kilometres to go in the National Championship road race. Double thumbs up from Hannah alongside me. But we are, bit by bit, getting towards the meat of this race. Jim Brown's in all sorts of difficulties here. I think he's going to be dropped from this one.
He's done a lot, hasn't he, already today? And he's been in a lot of the key moves. He's also had a busy weekend already, racing in the National Circuit Race Championships on Friday evening. Spent a lot of energy there too. So for Jim Brown, clearly came in wanting to get himself into the thick of the action early on to try and hopefully get into a move that's established itself, get into one of those moves where the riders have to race to the front from the peloton, and he's in a position where he can be right in the thick of the action with some of the favourites, but he's really paying for the efforts he's made throughout today, and to be honest, not a bad effort. Already 89 kilometres of racing complete, and he's been in pretty much the majority of the moves of the day.
Thomas Pattinson stretching out those legs at the back. And I think we just saw Matt Brennan firing off the front of the second group and trying to get across to the front of the race, because he can't hesitate any longer. If Brennan wants to win this, it does feel like this is a selection of sorts, and that the winner will probably come from the front of the race now. That chase group was losing a bit of impetus. So last time we saw Brennan, he'd fired off the front and tried to get across, bringing a couple of riders with him as well. And here we are. Well, they've been reeled back in. But this is the situation behind, where Brennan finds himself in that group with time gap that is starting to worry him to the front of the race. Don't know what the time gap is at the moment. Nor will they, really, unless they can see them up ahead on the straighter sections, but there are no straight sections of this road. They're either disappearing over the brow of a hill or round the corner and out of sight into the shade in the middle of this afternoon in Wales. There's enough riders committed to keep this rolling at the front. Well, a little bit earlier on, this happened, and it was, it's just the standard affair, isn't it? Or was that a command there from Connor Swift to get them working and get a bit of cohesion?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
He's wanting them to get cohesive, start working, roll through. Shake of the head from his academy teammate.
Yeah.
That's Matty Dodd. I'm not sure where the shake of the head was at Connor Swift thinking, oh, I'm coming through, I'm only a young rider, or whether it was a Pigney and Postonel who, well, it won't be the first time today that they haven't really been too cohesive.
Yeah, it was an unattributed shake of the head. We don't know why the head was shaken, but it definitely was. So Jim Brown, who'd been dropped from the front of the race, is about to be caught past by the rider from Bahrain Victorious, Ollie Stockwell, who's the latest rider to just fire off the front of that second group. And that's the only way to get across. There's not enough cohesion in that second group to form a working party at the front to actually close this gap. So the only way to get across to the front of the race now is ones or twos, just to try and back themselves to get across that gap. But it's hard for us to know how big that gap is at the moment. We do know, though, that Matt Brennan has missed it. Piece is still there, the 19-year-olds from the Pigney Postonel development team. Awandu. "45 seconds is the calculation between the two groups. You're looking at the front of the race at the moment. They're quite similarly sized groups, aren't they, with similar riders as well. It takes a little bit of adjustment each time to figure out which bit of the race we're looking at.
They are.
This is definitely the front of the race, though.
Soon it might even get to a point where this is the peloton, because the group behind has been whittled down so much. In case of riders wanting to try and fire themselves off the front, Josh Giddings in that red jersey for Lotto Intermarché, also trying to come across now. A rider from Alpecin Premier Tech development team.
Brennan looks like he's thinking about it. Josh Giddings is almost on the wheel of Ethan Hayter, not quite there, but that's a powerful duo. And these are both riders with no teammates as well, so they might as well work together at this point to try and get across a 45-second gap. It's a good counter-attack, isn't it, for this rider?
It is. Giddings is a really strong rider too. Tall, rangy, very powerful.
Yep. Went to the Giro d'Italia this year, Josh Giddings. I think it was his first Grand Tour. Pretty unhappy race for Lotto Intermarché, it must be said, with Arnaud Delis's woes. And there is one more of the big laps to go, the 23.4 kilometre laps before they enter the much shorter, well, it's half the distance, local circuits, and they'll race that 5 times coming through the start-finish line every single time they start a lap. We're at the halfway point, almost exactly, of today's race. So the question is this 45 seconds gap bridgeable? Any riders get themselves involved in the mix, or is the win already decided that it's going to come from this front group? Josh Giddings and Ethan Hayter have been caught. The peloton have brought them back. And the longer this carries on, this kind of behaviour, you get the isolated attacks, they're brought back, and then there's a bit of a stalling, and people wait for the next move to see which rider attacks and who to follow. The more you begin to think, Hannah, that this is becoming quite rapidly potentially too late for any of these riders.
Potentially, but with the gap still at 55 seconds and 94 kilometres to go, it's still okay, I would say. It depends who's got the legs and who's got something left,
yeah.
To be honest. It's still been really attritional. It's never really let up either.
Yeah,
and there's been lots of attacks that have fired off the front whilst they've come to nothing. It's still another chip at your sugar cube. Each and every time, if you've got a cup of water or you've got a sugar cube, every time you make an effort, every time you make an acceleration or an attack, you're just tipping a bit of that water out of the cup. You want to make sure that you arrive at the finish line with something left in the cup, or you want to have something left of your sugar cube. It's still large though. There's still a lot of riders left, and there's still a lot of riders left in from what we would say the peloton at 55 seconds. And there's still some really good riders left in the peloton.
Yeah.
They just haven't yet quite managed. And then there is a possibility you could wait until the smaller loop. Ben Turner's coming and trying to come across from the peloton. Seb Grinley of Lidl Trek in that multicoloured jersey on the far left side. Here's Mark Donovan. Here he is.
He's appeared. There he is in the dark blue of Pinarello Q36.5. He latches onto the wheel of Lucas Naroka of EF Education. Easy person goes straight past him. Ben Turner getting onto the wheel. These three riders then, that's a decent little group, trio. But they've attacked at a point at which, rather than being 45 seconds, now 55 seconds that they've got to try and bridge across. Ethan Vernon is following the wheels as well, and Matt Brennan too. So some real firepower in this group. Where has Donovan been hiding this entire race? How can it be that we're only just seeing 90 kilometres into this race?
Quite astonishing, really. But the race still it's not over. It's still not completely established itself out front. A 55-second advantage for that large breakaway. All it takes is for a number of riders to skip turns, a few little words like we saw earlier on with Connor Swift wanting to gee the riders up and say, come on, let's work together. Yeah, and quite quickly you could lose 20 seconds and then the gap is more than bridgeable with one big attack on a climb or a drag.
Be interested to see whether Connor Swift keeps on working here. I mean, he'll have no idea that Ben Turner's just attacked his teammate.
No.
That's the problem.
And for anyone just joining or who doesn't know, in a national race like this, a national road race, you don't have race radios like you would at professional level in a World Tour race, for example, or a Pro Series race where you've got that direct communication with your sports director. They've got that communication from Radio Tour, who are relaying and feeding the information, who's in the breakaway, what's the time gap, how many riders are perhaps in the chasing group, what the scenario and the situation is. Whereas here it's very much you're relying on the blackboard motorbike giving you the instruction. There's certainly not enough time or space on that blackboard to name each and every rider in this breakaway. Yeah. So if you're in the peloton, it's got to be a case of, well, who of the rivals is missing here? Take a look around. Well, I can't see Finley Pickering, for example, and I can't see Connor Swift and others, etc. So you've really got to be switched on in the road race, and it can be very, very open, very hard to know exactly what's going on, where everybody is. It's quite easy for us commentating on it, where we've got various different views, camera, motorbikes to see the situation, and the same for fans who are watching at home, because we know and we've got the full overview. But for riders, you're going in quite
Well, you're flying by,
unaware.
aren't
You
you?
fly by, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Of course, there'll be DSs in team cars who, reception permitting, will be able to watch the same pictures that you're watching,
Of
we're
course.
watching. But the problem is relaying that information. That's the point. So.
And it's one of those things where we saw Ethan Hayter for a long, long while at the back of the peloton wanting to try and get a bottle, and he was waiting patiently, although the narrow roads don't necessarily make it easy for cars to move up in the convoy. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
So he was waiting patiently for a bottle. That's a really good opportunity to get some information from the team car. What is the scenario? What's the situation? What is the time gap? Just to be more aware of the scenario. George Kimber coming through in that sky blue yellow jersey.
Jen Smithson on the wheel of Lewis Askey on the front now. A little bit of a split in the front group there. This is actually quite a sizable gap. 6 or 7 riders have gone clear. One of the Picnic-Postanel duo who's in this front group is just beetling across to try and get across to the front of the group, just in case this becomes serious. Should come back together again. Tom Portsmouth latches on. Maybe that gap has been knitted back together. It has indeed. So those riders are still together. And the time gap goes up again to 57 seconds. If they carry on finding enough riders willing to ride, I think it's going to be incredibly difficult to bring this group back. But if they start messing around, playing games, attacking one another, that could change the dynamic completely.
Honestly, I think the group needs to be halved.
Yeah.
I think it's far too large.
And that appears to be exactly what Connor Swift is trying to do as well at this point.
I think at the moment what he's trying to do is keep the pace high, because you can't wait too long to get to a section of the course where you think, oh, well, this is a good place to try and split things, because by which point the peloton has already come back into the frame of things. I think for him it's about keeping things rolling and then really targeting a location on the course where you think, right, now's the time to really do some damage. And I only want to take a select group or amount of riders with me. Maybe you only want to take 6 or 7 riders with you. And for everybody else, you want to make it so hard that they're not able to follow and they're not there, because right now there's a lot of passengers having a free ride in the group. But understandably so. Try and ride to it's not a rule that you have to go through in a breakaway. Yeah. Or even in a peloton, for example. It's not a written rule which says in order to win you have to take a turn. But it's certainly to the annoyance of others who really are eager to get this group away and establish it, and at least give it a few minutes, never mind 52 seconds.
Yeah, you ride according to what you think you can get away with, don't you, most of the time? In terms of doing the least possible. But there also has to be commitment in order to be in a race-winning position. That's the beauty of road racing. Indeed, track racing as well in its endurance form. It's a delicate balance of cooperation and competition. As Mark Donovan just clipped off the front, followed by Matt Brennan at the back. 52 seconds then, not much has changed in terms of that time gap, but a concerted effort now from Donovan to try and draw a group clear that might be able to work together. He's slopped onto the wheel of Matt Brennan. Where is Ben Turner? Quite a way back there on the wheel of Noah Hobbs. He's missed this move to the bigger name, stronger riders. Stretching things out a little bit, getting clear. Actually, it's Noah Hobbs now coming across and bringing a few riders with him. But these two have understood the race situation and are trying to persist with this tactic now. And we are on, just to reiterate, the final lap of the 4 big loops, the 4 larger circuits. Not too far away now, around about 13 kilometres from the end of this. We've still got one ascent of the vicious climb of New Cross still to come in around about 6 kilometres time. And this is the front of the race. Have we managed to identify this Ineos development team rider yet, the Academy rider? I'm not sure I have. Take your silence as a no.
Was it not Matty Dodd?
Is it low? Yes, it must be Matt Dodd in that case, yeah.
Matty Dodd.
In the company of Lewis Askey at the front of the race.
That's the least I will have it down as. See the shrug of the shoulders. It's just not happening for them at the moment.
Yep.
The thing is, this is a really fast section of the road. You can see the hedgerows blowing, strong tailwind. They only gain sort of 5 metres or so, and then they're brought back to heel.
Yeah.
Elliott Rowe wanting to attack from first wheel. Meanwhile, his World Tour teammate Matty Brennan is off the front of the group alongside Mark Donovan.
Turner's coming across, isn't
and
he?
the peloton is absolutely shattered.
Yeah. Well, these two committed to that move really early on, didn't they? And they started sharing the work, and this could make a difference. It's definitely Ben Turner with one other rider on his wheel. I think it's one of the riders in pink from EF Education Easy Post. Trying to make it a 4-rider fighting force. Trying to get across this, well, almost a minute gap that they're trying to bridge to get across to the front of the race and put themselves in the frame. And of course, none of the riders at the front of the race would want Matt Brennan anywhere near the front of the race.
That's what they're trying to mitigate. The fact that someone like Matty Brennan will come back to the front of the race, because he can climb very well, he can meet the demands of the climb on the smaller loop. So a 4.6 kilometre climb isn't too steep, sort of average gradient 2.5%, maximum at 8%. It's nothing too difficult for Matty Brennan. And given the fact a year ago, a younger Matty Brennan was second, winning the under-23 title, but second in the elite category. So for Brennan, he is a major threat. Meanwhile, for Owain Doull and Elliott Rowe in the yellow jersey here, just swinging out of the line, they'll be very happy when Matty Brennan joins, and if he can join.
Although they, at this point, as we've reiterated, they will have absolutely no idea that he's where he is in the race. They'll just acknowledge his presence as and when he gets there, if he gets there, because there's still enough commitment, it seems, at the front at the moment to keep this hard, to keep the chase at bay. Of course, technically, and this is the other fascination of National Road Race Championships, technically, each rider is supposed to be riding for themselves. There is no teamwork. No, in reality, of course, there is.
Yeah. It's the same in any national championship.
Yeah.
Track, road, anything. Cyclocross.
Well, the fact of the matter is cycling, and drafting is cycling. You sit on a wheel, that is the entire, everything depends on the physics of riding, doesn't it? If you have a rider in front of you, you are doing less work. And because that exists as a sort of physical fact in racing, you cannot eliminate teamwork. It just is impossible. You can't have a ride. I mean, you might as well have a time trial.
Yeah.
Because
1 minute intervals.
Yeah.
All 140 of you.
It's one of the things in the very origins of the Tour de France, in the aftermath, towards the end of the 1920s, it was one of the things that crept into the sport, actually. Back in the days when the stages of the Tour de France were 450, 460 kilometres long on gravel roads, the peloton basically splintered into individual riders in the early years, and it was just a feat of endurance. But the better the peloton got, the more the sport developed, the more drafting became a thing, and domestique started to appear in the peloton. And Henri Desgrange, the founder of the Tour de France, railed against this, hated it, detested the fact that riders would pay other riders to help them win. And that's why for many years in the 1930s, the Tour de France was essentially a bunch of team time trials. Meanwhile, back in the British National Championships in 2026, Connor Swift takes a swig and continues to ride on the front. He's very much the patron of this group, isn't he, Connor Swift? You can see him just trying to get the best out of everybody and to encourage Jed Smithson, for example, to do his turn on the front. Fred Wright is very much involved in doing his piece, but as you rightly say, Anna, there must be 4 or 5, maybe more riders who are doing next to nothing.
And one rider who has been in this group but pretty anonymous, Ollie Wood here, number 52 of the Rafa Cycling Club, just trying to remain in this group.
Is it a
He's a good road rider,
yeah.
but for Ollie Wood, he's racing for a club team. And yes, we know his capabilities, his physical capabilities in a race like this and at national championship level. But for him, try and just keep your head down.
Yeah.
Keep your head down. Stay in this group. There's other riders who have got more responsibility, to be honest, to be doing the work.
Yeah, and you're looking at them right now.
Absolutely.
Aren't you? Lewis Askey, Connor Swift, etc. Ben Wiggins is doing his piece.
He's not missed a beat, has he, today?
No.
Really impressive from Ben Wiggins. If you think he was in the first move of the day, and 108 kilometres later, he's still in one of the main moves.
Pickering's invested a lot, hasn't he, from Jaco Alula in today's race so far, the Yorkshireman.
Dare I say it, a little bit too much?
Yeah, I was wondering whether you'd reach the same conclusion as me. A little bit over-eager.
Yeah, which, to be honest, I'm not surprised about, because his entrance into World Tour life hasn't been linear.
Yeah.
He's had lots of setbacks, injuries, a really heavy crash at the Tour of the Alps on the descent, coming back from concussion, coming back from injuries. It's always felt like he's just about got going, and then he's had... Is he saying, come here? Come here, camera operator.
Well.
Come and get a close-up. But yeah, he's had a lot of setbacks in the first 2 years as a professional at Bahrain Victorious. And you would understand it if he's getting a little bit eager in this situation. Here's Sebastian Grinley, number 41 of 141, sorry, of Little Trek Future Racing. He had a really terrible crash a year ago in the National Championships.
Yep.
He had a horrific injury, and that has taken him a long time to come back from that. A lot of time on the sofa, recovering, feet up, coming back from what was a pretty horrific ordeal, really.
Connor Swift just detecting a little bit of reluctance to share the work, and fatigue is creeping in now, aren't we? Over 110 kilometres into the race as Ollie Wood douses Ben Wiggins with a little bit of water to cool him down. That's a sight you don't often see at the British National Road Race Championships, a rider cooling down or cooling another one down with water. But time
Imagine
to change
if it was 2 days ago, 3 days ago.
Don't. Yeah. The times are a-changing. I'm trying to think who it is Tom Portsmouth reminds me of, and he's a little bit like Jonas Abrahamsen.
Yes, very much so.
Do you know what I mean? That pedal strike, that smooth, that transmission of power. He just looks strong.
He's also, if we can get Fred Wright and Tom Portsmouth together,
Yeah.
very similar, but he's just a little bit larger.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he's
like a slightly sort of pumped up version of Fred. This is the
a
second group, though.
larger stature.
It's at 1:05 now, Hannah. And Donovan and Brennan, are they back? They are, aren't they? Are they? There's certainly a yellow jersey there, and I think it's Matt Brennan.
Is it Matt Brennan, or is it the
right.
Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, Will Smith?
Well, oh no, the chase, you're right. The chase are at 44 seconds, aren't they? So they're making progress, Brennan and Donovan. But
Fresh Prince of
still not.
Linden, then.
So this is the group at 45 seconds. That's the Matt Brennan group with Ben Turner, Ollie Stockwell's here, Josh Giddings. Is it? So this is the group now, confirmation. This is the group at 44 seconds. And it's big, isn't it? It's almost a similarly sized group to the group in the front. If you think we're struggling to keep track of where the groups are, imagine actually being in this race, as we were saying, and trying to figure out the tactics of who's in which group. But you're looking at the front of the race. And there's an attack. Lewis Askey just launches a big move at the front there, taking Fred Wright with him and Elliot Rowe. What was that all about? That would have displeased Connor Swift, I would imagine. And the offensive, another attack follows hard on the heels. And this is good news potentially for that chase group at 45 seconds, isn't it? Because they've stopped working now. They've started to play games with one another.
Any ounce of cohesion that they did once have is starting to fade pretty rapidly.
Yeah.
Joe Brooks going off the front.
Askey again with Rowe and Wright. It's the same three riders, actually, I think, after Joe Brooks to try and join in that attack. Good ride from him. From Joe Brooks. Exceptional ride. Again, like Tom Portsmouth, he's a rider who rides for a French club team, an amateur team, down in Aix-Provence. Askey turning up the heat again behind with Fred Wright. Those two are continually shadow boxing or marking one another. These accelerations at the very front are starting to really hurt some of these riders. Tom Martin of the wheelbase Captec Castelli team has been dropped. Joe Brooks, though, is about to be caught. Connor Swift still part of this, of the front of the race. On the climb now, labouring up it. Surely this is the end for Tom Martin as the race, the front of the race gets away from him, as Joe Brooks, who'd attacked before the climb, maybe to buy himself a little bit of sliding space on the climb, is caught by Fred Wright, who's on a great day today, and on his wheel Lewis Askey, and on his wheel Connor Swift. And there are three really world-class riders at the front of the race now. Yeah, the front group has been absolutely blown apart this time up the climb, and it's very questionable as to whether or not it'll get back together again at all. That piece of the Picnic, the development team, Picnic Postenel, has been dropped. Wright, Askey and Swift, Pickering. These four riders now really taking control of the pace at the front. Elliot Rowe still just about there. Actually, is that Pickering? No, it's not. It's Smithson, isn't it? Pickering's there,
coming
but
across.
he's just coming across. Good ride from Smithson. Joe Brooks is still there as well. That was a smart bit of riding from Joe Brooks, wasn't it?
Really smart. Oh, what's happened here?
Yeah.
It's an issue here for the rider from EF Education. You just see him banging the bars. He's got an issue with the gears, hasn't he? This is Thomas Pattinson.
He's in a big gear there. He's in a monster gear.
Bottom of the block,
Yeah.
in the big ring.
Can't seem to change it. What can he do there? Well, he can't stop, can he? Because that would just eliminate himself completely, even if he could fix that problem. As just as Finn Pickering was almost across to the front of the race, Connor Swift gets on the front and starts to motor. So Pickering's not there yet as we look at the second group on the road. And Donovan and Brennan are there still. They were the ones who kicked this move off. They're on the climb. Is anybody going to attack on this climb? Try and get another move underway. Lucas Naroka on the front from EF Education Easy Post, Mark Donovan on his wheel. Quite a controlled pace from this second group. It's a high pace, but nobody's actually attacked and tried to launch again, get another move going. But they are sharing the work. So a little bit of harmony here, and the second group, meanwhile, at the front of the race, is anything but. So this is the front of the race, as the pictures just lock up there a little bit. Well, this is the remains of the front group, I should say, and I think Connor Swift and etc. are at the front. As we look now, I think, at the front of the race. Oh, no. Well, that's Zeb Kiffin, actually. This is the group at 44 seconds. Bike is this must be the front of the race. Yeah, there's Connor Swift. That's the front of the race. Lewis Askey, Fred Wright, Jed Smithson, Finn Pickering, Joe Brooks, I think, is still there, and maybe one other. Elliot Rowe is there.
You want Smithson and Pickering to come through, and Brooks. You can just see the little gesture there from Connor Swift with the left hand. They can't afford to sit up or have any passengers in this select group now. This is exactly what we were discussing earlier on, Ned, where that front group needed to split up. It needed to fragment for the better, because there were too many riders who weren't contributing. Some of them simply couldn't. They're really hanging in the balance. They're really on the limit. But for Connor Swift, he knows this is a situation here which is playing into his favour and into his hands. This is the second half of the group. Ben Wiggins here just wanting to try and make sure that he's on top of his fueling strategy, make sure he can try and replenish himself with 74 kilometres to go. Kind of gel down him, try and replace the carbohydrates that he's been using all race. Number 25 in the group. What a ride from Danilo.
I can tell you which team he rides for. It's 4 and CT. Rivney. Probably wrong, but he's a rider that neither of us, I think, Hannah, by our own admission, knows too much about. But what a ride for him to be part of this selection at the front of the race, rider number 25. Danilo Rivney. Connor Swift is really marshalling the troops now. He's almost ordering Finn Pickering through. No discussion about it, no suggestion, no persuasion, just an outright command from Connor Swift. I've never seen Connor Swift so animated. He's normally quite, I mean, you know, if you meet him off the bike, he's the most gentle soul, isn't he? Absolutely lovely chap. But even as a rider, he doesn't tend to be this demonstrative and animated. But today, he's incredibly motivated.
He's got an eagerness about it.
Yeah. Well, he senses a real opportunity to win number 2, doesn't he? What did he say? 8 years after his first victory?
Yeah, 2018, when he won up in Stamfordham, the year that Jess Roberts won.
Yeah.
Both riders winning from that long-range breakaway, or from the breakaway.
I remember Adam Blythe going off in pursuit of Connor Swift and basically sort of blowing up as well. He just couldn't get across to him. On that day, it was a remarkable ride. Saw Adam Blythe the other day, didn't we, Hannah, at the City of London Nocturne in one of the support events the day before the race. Needless to say, he wasn't actually racing in the elite race the following day. But he looked the part.
He had a tough time in the support race, didn't he? Or in the...
I wasn't going to say that, but you've said it now, so
well,
it's out there. Yeah, he didn't greatly enjoy his 10 minutes of effort that he had to make. Okay, well, one or two just very momentary signal problems. And because the race is shattered into so many bits and pieces, motorbikes are just being moved so that we can follow the groups that count, as well as we switch our attention to the finish line and back onto the race. And this is the front. Elliot Rowe, Jed Smithson, Finn Pickering, Danilo Rivni, Connor Swift, Joe Brooks, Lewis Askey, and Fred Wright, who's on a very good day. You could make a very, very convincing case for 4 or 5 of these riders if this is the group that goes to the line, but there's a group coming back. That's the Ben Wiggins group, and so this is about to double in size once again, Hannah.
it is, and probably much to the disappointment of Connor Swift, the fact that more riders have got themselves back in the frame.
Ollie Wood, who's brought that back, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Rivni, a really good time trialist. You can see it looks really, really smooth. He's in that maroon jersey, the white left shoulder, white helmet. Another rider wanting to sort of move himself up here alongside the bunch. Fred Wright.
He's bouncing on the saddle a little bit, Fred Wright. But looking really sprightly, looking good. The man from Pinarello Q36.5. He's got a teammate a little bit further behind in Mark Donovan, who's in that group at 44 seconds.
Oh, no, get on the back, get on the back, get on the back!
And that was, you could hear on the camera, caught on the camera microphone, an instruction from the race regulators, the commissaires, just issuing an instruction to keep the motorbike away from the front of the race, so there's no drafting, no benefit. And these two groups have come back together again at the front. So we have once again got to this this group of some 14, 16 riders or thereabouts at the front. Heading towards the local laps now. They are at 70.5 kilometers to go. That's the end of the big loops, and they start the 5 local circuit laps in around about 1.5 kilometers time. The local circuit's not as severe a test as the longer loop, is it?
It's not as severe, but the climb is far longer. So I would say that the smaller loop, which is 12.4 kilometers long, is in 2 halves. You're either climbing or you're on the flat, and the flat part is basically that running down the descent, the running all the way into Aberystwyth seafront. You leave past the little marina on the right-hand side, and then you go over the bridge, and then already you start to climb. You're onto a bit of false flat. You take in the climb, which is 4.6 kilometers long, average of 2.5%, but with a pretty irregular gradients, to be honest. It goes up in steps. That's where the riders will go through the feed zone, and then you go down the other side, and the descent is really technical. It's very fast, it's very narrow. You're up against the hedgerows, and then you come off the other side, and then you're back onto the flat again. So it's a difficult lap still, and they're going to take on the climb on 6 occasions. They do 5.5 laps in total of the small loop, but they take on the climb 6 times, because once they turn right off this larger loop, they'll immediately start the climb on the smaller lap.
Yep. Matty Dodd just opening up a bit of a gap and launching an attack off the front of the lead group. Don't know where that second group is, the Ben Turner, Matt Brennan group, but last information we had, last time we saw them, they were at about 45 seconds back. Not out of it, but also not in it either. A little bit stranded in no man's land. As you can see, Matty Dodd still has a lead of no more than a second or two over Finn Pickering. And as we were saying earlier, you have to wonder whether Pickering is doing the right thing here following that move.
Yeah, because he's already done a lot of work. you've got to put yourself in a situation to be further up the road. And if you're suffering and you've got tired legs, then you best hope that everybody else is in the same boat, really, after such a hard attritional race. You see the rider here from Zappies Racing. This is Jake Edwards. Oh, sorry, his teammate, younger teammate, Maxwell Harewood. And this will be the first time that they go down the descent here, and they'll be able to see it.
Yeah, this is this harem, scarum, very, very steep, very narrow, very technical, heart in mouth kind of a descent.
It is.
You can see the valley below, how much altitude they have to lose as quickly as they do. It's one of those typical British roads that just, it's as if someone's got a big can of tarmac and they've just poured it over the side of the hill. Just drops down without any sense of the gradient.
And you go from being in the sunlight, the bright sunshine, into the shade under the trees, then you've got a little bit of dappled light. But it's so narrow. And it's one of those typical country roads. I've no doubt that someone's been out with a broom over the last couple of days, so brushing away any of the loose stones that naturally you see and find on roads like this in the countryside.
Yeah. If I rode down that hill, Hannah, it would take, number one, it would take me 4 times as long, and number two, I would be pulling hard on the brakes the entire way down.
I'd get you on the back of my tandem. Yeah. You wouldn't have a choice, Ned.
Here's the front of the race though, and it's Matty Dodds who attacked Lewis Haskey, who's joined him, and the two in the purple of Jaco Alula and Hagen Berman's Jaco, respectively. Jed Smithson.
But look at what the descent can do and how it can fragment things if you race it from the front on the descent and you have a handful of seconds at the top of the descent, you come down, you're a very, very confident descender, you're confident in your technical capabilities, you come down the other side and you've now got, what, 45, 50 metres on the other riders in this group, and now there's a big chase, so you've got to once again make the move, you've got to use some energy, use some of your resources that you also want to save for later on. And look at that, 125 to the first part of the peloton, 142 to the second part. So that first group, they're not actually growing their advantage over the second part of the peloton. It's been holding steady for a long while.
I did wonder about what that gap was between the front of the race and the Ben Turner, Matt Brennan group, because we did see a shot just a few minutes ago, didn't we, of Max Harewood with his team car actually taking a bottle from the team car, which implied to me that it was big.
Yes, of course.
So maybe they're beginning to lose a bit of heart behind, but who knows what can happen. We saw that in the women's elite road race. Of course, everything can change when you least expect it. And this race has been so unsettled. Fred Wright has just done a big turn to try and get across, and successfully get across as well, with Elliot Rowe on his wheel to the front of the race to join the Askey group with Finn Pickering and Smithson. These are 3 riders who've just been popped off the back, including Thomas Pattinson. Now, last time we saw Pattinson, he had that gear problem, didn't he?
Yeah, so
is he still stuck in that monster gear?
I don't think so. He looks far more comfortable now, to be honest. So he's with Howard as well as number 23, and that is George Kimber. What a ride George Kimber's having. There's a number of riders in the front part of this race who have been really impressive. Quite outsiders, riders that are racing at club level. Some riders have only been racing for a handful of years. Take, for example, our man from the 4RT, Donalo Rivney.
Well, those 5 riders, that's a dangerous quintet, isn't it? And they have, they've got a decent gap here, which could become significant. They're definitely sharing the work and coming through. Don't quite know what happened to Finn Pickering. He was originally, well, he followed the attack of Matty Dodd. And he was part of this move, but now it's his teammates, Jen Smithson and Finn Pickering, dropped back to that second group, the Connor Swift group. It's Matty Dodd, Elliot Rowe, Lewis Askey, Fred Wright, Jen Smithson at the front of the race. Approaching the finish line and out onto the first of 5 short laps of 12.4 kilometres. Heading into Aberystwyth now, down towards the seafront.
So I've just had a message from Dan at Sigma Sports. Our friend in this breakaway at the front part of the race, Danilo Rivny, works full-time at Sigma.
Does he?
He's got Ukrainian parents, he was born here, he's a lovely kid, very strong rider. And he's been pretty successful on the British scene, especially in time trialling. Formerly was racing for Train Sharp. Very much starting out as a tester, a time trialist, so I'm not surprised to see him in such a group like this on a parkour like this. Of course, he's in the second part of this race now, or this front part, now that the 5 riders have gone off the front. There's the rider in that maroon jersey.
Well, that's very interesting to know, isn't it? There they are. Connor Swift is attacked on the seafront to try and get across to the front of the race.
But it just shows you the difference. You've got 5 riders who are in the front part of the race here. You've got Fred Wright, who's a full-time professional, has been for many years. Likewise with Lewis Askey. You've got 2 riders who are on a development team, 3 riders who are on a development team with Elliot Rowe, Matty Dodd and Smithson in the purple jersey. Then you've got someone like Rivny, who's coming across the line now with Connor Swift on the wheel, who's a fully fledged professional. This is his job. And Rivny's in here, who works full-time
in a bike shop.
In a bike shop at Sigma Sports.
Yeah.
So he's combining his training with full-time work.
Yeah, it's
completely
absolutely unequal, isn't it?
It's completely unequal. So the fact that he's here is absolutely tremendous.
Matty Dodd, who's a rider you could be forgiven for not knowing too much about, 21-year-old from Carshall, which is to the south of London. He has had a quietly brilliant start to his career in the Ineos Grenadiers Racing Academy. He won the King of the Mountains competition at the Giro Next Gen just a few weeks ago. And he also picked up a stage of the Ronde de l'Isère in France, which is one of the under-23 races on the French calendar, isn't it? So he's had a very, very good start to life. And he finds himself in a really good position here, doesn't he? In this group of 5 riders, strong riders at the front of the race, with Lewis Askey and Fred Wright providing all that experience and firepower. And then 3 young riders on development squads as well. Really quite technical, isn't it, this passage through Aberystwyth?
It is.
We're really noticing it now, because in the women's race it was just isolated riders, like 1s or 2s, wasn't
But we
it?
also didn't get to see that section so clearly, because we'd be watching what was happening with the chasing group and then wait for the peloton to come across because of the gap and because of the scenario and the situation. So we've never actually seen that part of the course and actually how hard it is.
Yeah.
You've got another steep little climb up and out past the moorings, up and over the bridge, up and over the stone bridge. Here's Matty Brennan in the yellow jersey.
With Ethan Vernon, those 2 fast men at a bit of a disadvantage at the moment and almost out of contention, unless something quite dramatic changes in this race. These 5 riders really sense an opportunity here now, and they're combining. There's no hiding. Nobody's shirking the work at the moment. This steep climb out of Aberystwyth and back out onto the course now. 59k to go for the front of the race.
I'm on my last one, but it's new.
What do you make of the rumours that I was reading just the other day, Hannah, that Pinarello Q36.5 have been linked with a massive, mega money bid for the services of Paul Sexas? I mean, they have their backer, their owner, is not short of a few quid. So if they wanted to, they could probably pay the money.
You could say that again.
Yeah. Well, he's a billionaire, isn't he?
He is.
So
He
I mean,
is.
it's purported to be an offer of 13 million euros per year for Paul Sexas. I'll just say that again, 13 million.
1-3.
1-3.
Yeah, it's substantial if the reports are correct.
Yeah.
It certainly throws another card into the ring of teams that want Paul Sexas.
Yeah.
And
Piles of pressure
much
on
to
Decathlon, doesn't it, to actually match that?
And it piles the pressure on, whilst him and his agent will be very, very happy, and I'm sure Una will be delighted, but for Paul Sexas and the Decathlon CMA CGM, there's a lot of pressure on the shoulders. First of all on Paul, where do you want to go, where do you want to sign, or do you want to remain at Decathlon CMA CGM? And for Decathlon CMA CGM, right, well, we need to now find the budget.
Yeah.
We need to try and make sure that we can keep this rider within our roster. Here's Callum Thornley, and as I said before, the Fresh Prince of Hillenden, Will Smith. He did a lot early on, didn't he?
He did.
He's a
Jim.
good kid. Do you know he comes from London, and training isn't necessarily ideal around there. So he's moved himself to Yorkshire. So he lives in Yorkshire now, so that he can have good roads to train on.
Here we are onto the climb on the circuit. Through a feed zone. We've seen so many riders drop
dear
bottles.
me.
Well, he tried to get one from the Soudal Quick Step. Swanee's desperate for a drink, isn't he, Smithson? And he's failed 3 times to get a bottle there.
Oh, somebody give him a third chance.
There's another potential bite at the cherry here. Ineos Soigneur at the side. Maybe he's going to try and get one from there. No. Out of luck. Jed Smithson.
He's going to have to hope that there's neutral service.
Yeah.
Come on.
Right, look at that, those bottle cages, nothing there. He's really suffering now. And look who's come back into the mix. It's Connor Swift. He's not far from the front of the race now, Swift. So they lose one, but they might be about to gain another. As Smithson exits the scene at the front of the race, Connor Swift puts in an appearance again. This is the remainder of that front group. It's Finn Pickering, here's the front, and camera pans round, and there's Connor Swift. Look how powerful he looks. It's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's also crazy
And so
to think that
efficient.
Connor Swift is probably entering veteran status now. I still think of him as a young rider, but there we go.
Got to be 30.
I'm going to say he's more.
Do you think?
I'm just guessing. You look it up. I'll remind you who's at the front of the race. It's Connor Swift, Lewis Askey, Elliot Rowe, Matty Dodd, and Fred Wright. You have the answer.
How long did you? How old?
I'm going to say
Did you
32.
say more?
I'm going to say.
Oh,
What is it?
poor Connor Swift. You're adding years to his life.
Go on. Is he not
He's
yet 30?
30.
He's 30. Now, in that case, he's not a veteran, is he? I don't think you can call
31 later on this year. I think he's an October boy.
you can't call a 30-year-old a veteran. It's not right. He's just had a long career though, because he, established himself as a domestic pro at the very highest level in Conti level at a very young age, didn't he? So he's been around a bit. Here's Ollie Wood with Rivney, the rider we've just learned so much about. Tom Portsmouth. They're only at 11 seconds from the front of the race, so they could yet come back in. There's a lot of horsepower here. Josh Giddings is still there, is he? Goes Rivney. No, Giddings isn't in this group, is he?
Giddings is in the
other group,
second group, the group peloton.
1:25. But Connor Swift made that look frighteningly, almost ominously straightforward, getting across to the front of the race. He'll sit on the wheels just for a little bit because he's obviously made a big effort, but then he will, I'm sure, start to roll through and play his part. Around about an hour and 20, something like that, of racing left. Well, in this 5-rider group, 3 of these riders will be thinking at this point, Hannah, this is my big chance to take the national title. And the other 2 will probably be full of confidence as well. But 3 with the World Tour riders here, they'll be thinking this is it.
Perhaps the younger riders too.
Yeah.
Matty Dodd at least has Connor Swift for company. Whilst they don't race for the same team, they've got a very similar allegiance. Whereas Elliott Rowe, in the yellow jersey, you'd be thinking, oh, I've got a shot at the elite title here, but most definitely the under-23 title. And that's a jersey that these riders will get to wear during the season, the younger riders who are going for the under-23 title. They've got so many under-23 races where they can really showcase and show the jersey off.
French National Championship road race for the men has ended. Romain Grégoire has claimed victory in the French National Champs. Something of a surprise perhaps in Spain. Marcel Camprubi has won. So a new winner there. And Lotte Kopecky has been beaten in the Belgian women's elite road race by Shari Busit. A rare defeat for Lotte Kopecky. Still incredibly windy as they take on this descent once more, these 5 riders at the front of the race. Connor Swift dropping like a stone at the front of this quintet. Here's the second group on the road. Haven't seen them for a little while. Rivney, Wood, etc. And they're onto the descent as well. Just a little hat tip, I think, from where we're sitting in the commentary box to our colleagues who are out there on the roads operating the motorbikes and the cameras, doing such an amazing job. It's the same crew who've been working since early this morning on the women's elite road race as well, and offering up these brilliant conditions, these sunny conditions. But you mentioned it earlier, Hannah, what a heck of a job. These are heavy cameras. They're standing up for the most part as well on the back of the bike, and without them, there is no entertainment, there is no racing really.
There is no coverage.
There is no coverage, and no coverage means no sponsorship means no wages, etc, etc, etc.
And not just sponsorship for the event, but sponsorship for these teams, in particular the elite teams, the club teams. It's what a brilliant opportunity to showcase the tremendous talent that Great Britain have got. To have a brilliant race. We've already seen one excellent race, and this one is turning out to be a second of the day. You know, it really is the blue ribbon event of British cycling and the national championship, the road race. It's really, really important, but also to be able to see from start to finish how the race is unfolded, and not only seeing sort of the final hour and a half, but really getting a sense as to who's been up towards the front, who's been in some of the key moves, who's been the rider that or teams that have been instigating moves. So it's been absolutely excellent, tremendous, and everybody has done such a wonderful job. And of course they've been doing the circuit race on Friday evening, the crew filming.
So just to round it off then, a word of thanks and a hat tip to the moto pilots, Jason, Stuart, Phil, and the camera operators, John, Alistair, and another Phil. Thank you very much for your 9 hours on the road today. And in terms of what remains of the men's elite road race, we've got 52 kilometres, which is a little over 1 hour of racing to go.
There's a couple of Welshies in there as well. Jason's Welsh, Phil's Welsh.
John Tonetti is from Perth, Western Australia. It's come a long way. So, rattling in towards Aberystwyth again, these quintet of riders. Is this the final selection? Well, it's still a long way to go, 51k, but it looks like it's the right size of group, it looks like it's the right composition, it's got serious horsepower, and, you know, that whittling down the filtering effect of the various groups that have formed at different points in this race. Eventually, on a course like this, form will find you out, won't it? And the class will rise to the top.
It's taken a while to get to this point in the race, but I would say that only showcases the strength and the talent in that front group, because it's taken so long. It's not been through lack of trying to split the front group. These riders have simply been strong enough to be up there with the World Tour riders or the development riders. So I think for many, whilst of course Connor Swift was starting to get a little bit frustrated at times, I think it just shows how strong the British scene is, and it's brilliant to be able to see firsthand what's going on, the situation. That group now at 32 seconds. What a huge shame for the man from Hagens Berman, Jaco, who was in the front group of 5, was a part of that, went through the feed zone, missed 3 bottles, couldn't quite manage to take a bottle, and he just exploded. The legs just said no. He simply couldn't push once the riders got onto that climb. So a massive shame for Jed Smithson, who is now with Ben Wiggins in that group. And could the jersey go to a rider in this group, one of whom is definitely going to the Tour de France? It's on Fred Wright's calendar that he'll be going to the Tour de France.
He's worn that jersey at the Tour de France before, in the past. Two former British road race champions in this 5 riding group, Fred Wright and Connor Swift. Lewis Askey, of course, is a former British national champion on the road, but not in the road race. It's in the circuit race, isn't it, Lewis Askey? And that first lap of this 12.4 local circuit went by in a flash. They're approaching the final kilometre, or they're in the final kilometre now, and when they go through the finish line, there'll be 4 laps remaining. Got a 32-second lead over the chase group now. What's interesting about Swift, Askey and Wright, not to mention the other two, I'm not disregarding them, I'm just talking about those proven winners at national level, is they're all probably, in a group like this, Hannah, similarly rapid, aren't they, in a finish from a group of this size? It's quite hard to know who would be the quickest. Askey?
I think I would say Askey. I think I would.
Yeah.
Especially on a finish like this, where it's a flat finish.
So
he's really punchy.
Yeah.
He's very quick. He's got a great turn of speed on him.
Connor Swift kind of started his career back in the day as a criterium racer. As he salutes someone in the crowd there, Connor Swift.
No doubt he's got his wife and little child.
Connor was almost known as a bunch sprinter, wasn't he, at the beginning? I mean, there's much more to him than that, but certainly as a pro.
He's one of those riders, whenever there's been a really attritional race, that's when he really thrives, in
Yeah.
particular if it's a one-day race or it's very technical. Think of Trobro Lyon, for example.
Yeah.
He won that when he was with Arkea. He's very good at the hard, grippy stuff.
Yeah. And he's durable, isn't he? This race distance and the amount of...
He's robust,
Yeah.
durable, great word.
And that was evidenced by the way that from this group that he was part of, he alone was able to chin across and get across to the front of the race. No one else managed to go with him. So it's harmonious working, and the harmony will probably remain in this 5-rider group for quite some time.
I think he should as well.
Yeah.
There's absolutely no need to try and split this quintet. They should be very happy with the scenario right now, use each other to the best of each individual's advantage. And then the deeper you get into the race, maybe in the last couple of laps, then start to think, right, what do I need to do to get rid of Fred Wright? What do I need to do to get rid of Lewis Askey? Elliot Rowe and Matty Dodd will be looking at each other and keeping an eye on each other like hawks, because the other 23 titles up for grabs. Where's Owen Dole?
I don't know.
He was looking so good earlier on, without ever looking like he was fading and jaded.
Yeah.
Or Ethan Hayter.
Yeah, both those riders very visible towards the front of this race and have just dropped out of contention. They're probably just feeling the race has gone away from them. I mean, the medals have all gone up the road now, haven't they? 52 seconds is the gap between the first group and the second group on the road. As they head out of town and uphill again and into the interior, looping around. Way behind. This is the peloton at 2 minutes and 30 seconds. This is Ethan Vernon in this group, Mark Donovan, there's Matt Brennan, Ben Turner. You know, a couple of them, particularly Brennan and Turner, would have been some of the big favourites for today, but they've just missed the moves that matter. This man hasn't.
And Nosey's young protege, teammate, Matty Dodd.
Yeah.
He's clearly recovered well out of the Giro Next Gen, won the Mountains classification there. He was in several breakaways throughout. Had some really strong performances there. Had quite a lot of race days under his belt, to be honest, throughout the season. And of course, as you mentioned earlier on, he won a stage of the Ronde des Arts, one of the big prolific races in France.
GB team there supporting Finn Pickering, second group. I wonder whether Lizzie Dykeman has now switched to the other side, and she's still riding, and that Brammy has taken over.
Perhaps.
That doesn't look like Lizzie Dykeman's arm. Let's put it that way. But this is a group that looks beaten now, doesn't it? The motivation's draining away. They look physically smashed up, and I don't think there's any way back for this group. There's no Zoe Backstead to launch off the front and get to the front of the race. As they approach the climb again. Second lap this is, of 5. Now Now, is anybody going to try something long-range and expansive from this point? It's a long way out. Still got 45.5 kilometres to go. Seems unlikely that anyone will make a move here. Well, they came here, with their team car and the support and some of the senior staff as well, to support Matt Brennan, to try and get him that British National Champions jersey, and it's turned out that they've got another rider in the mix from their development team instead.
It's a huge operation, National Championship weekend, because very quickly teams are also preparing for the Tour de France to leave for the Grand Depart in a couple of days' time too. So I was at the High Performance Centre on Tuesday in Den Bosch in the Netherlands for the announcement of the roster of riders for Visma Lease Bike for the Tour de France, and there were so many staff members there packing the equipment, planning, prepping for the various different national championships to go and support, and they brought a big team over with them. Gorisha Nirma's there, you can see they've got a car, they've got one of the big vans in the feed zone, they've got 3 members of staff in the feed zone, then you've got to have a mechanic in the car with you, so it's a huge operation, but they've also got a lot of riders to support with Owain Doull, Matty Brennan, as well as Will Smith, Elliot Rowe, who we've already seen, Henry Hobbs, Imogen Wolf in the women's race earlier on today.
Yep.
It's a huge operation logistically, filling in the carnet for all of the equipment coming over.
I was going to say, most of the time when they're racing in mainland Europe, that doesn't become relevant.
No.
But coming over to the UK these days, all the customs declarations have to be in order.
And it's not easy if you're not having to do that week in, week out, to make sure that you've got everything correct on the form, and it's it's certainly a lot, and this is just one of several national championships going on the same weekend.
Who have we got in the team car there? Entirely sure who's de-essing.
Go on, whose hand's that, Ned?
I think it might be. I have no idea. It's totally unfamiliar to me. I know he's married. I can tell you that much. Second
Sorry
group
for
on the
that.
road.
Had someone shout into the air. Stannard, perhaps? Who knows? I don't know. Just plucking names out of a hat now, Ned.
So 55 seconds then, going up to almost a minute. 43k the gap. That wind is just not relented all day, has it? Coming from the sea, coming from the Atlantic, blowing across this this terrain. At this point in the course, it's mostly a tailwind. They'll have to turn around and fight into the teeth of that headwind. The time gap now has been deemed to be big enough for all the team cars, one after another, to come through and support the riders who need the support. Fred Wright being supported by the Great Britain team. Pirello Q36.5. I have to say, with their new livery, their new paint job, you've spent plenty of time, as have I, at bike races in person this year, Hannah. When they park up with their team cars and their team bus, it just looks class, doesn't it?
It's
the design and everything.
It.
It's just incredible.
I love it. I think it's very classy.
Yeah.
As you say, with the team bus, the mechanic's truck, the vans, the cars, it just looks absolutely slick.
And the same can't be said for all the cycling teams in the world, can it?
No, no, it can't. And even the bike, it just looks so classy, so smart. I was in the shop a couple of days ago. Well, just before. Well, I say a couple of days ago. Feels like a couple of days ago. It was actually just a couple of days before the City of London Nocturne, and I was in the Pinarello shop on Regent Street, and had good old look at one of the Pinarello Q36.5 bikes that they've got for sale in there, and it just looks really smart. You know, normally you're seeing one of the riders' race bikes in the paddock, for example, but just really having a good old look. It's really smart, and if you know, for a fan or whoever, if you look at that bike and you think, yeah, feel good on that. It looks nice.
And every year, all these teams update their look, don't they? They reveal a new kit, they reveal a new livery, new paint work on the bike. If I'm Pinarello Q36.5, I'd just say, no, don't change it.
No, absolutely.
Kind of perfected it.
Absolutely.
Can keep that for the next 40 years. Down they go again, dropping vertiginously down into the valley. An absolutely golden, bucolic scene now as the sun starts to dip a little bit lower on this June afternoon. A peaceful scene at the seaside at the moment, but they'll be banging those boards fairly soon. We're into the last hour of racing now. Those ferns at the side of the hedgerow, just wafted by the wind and then blown again by the wind generated by this 5-rider group and the following motorbike as they come rattling past them. They're making it look, these pros just make this look so straightforward, but it's anything but. And once again, it's Swift who is just dropping like a stone. Time gap now up to over a minute to the chase, which I don't think we can really call a chase, in all honesty, any longer. It's just the second group on the road, and they're riding for a top 10 placing, a good top 10 placing, effectively now, because the medals have got away. How they're going to be distributed on the podium amongst these 5 riders is anyone's guess. Lewis Askey, rider 45, you have to say, does find himself in a really good place at the moment. Daddy's looked strong all day. Matty Dodd drops back for a conversation with his, can we call him teammate? I suppose so, but the senior rider of the two, the pro, the auspicious pro as well, Connor Swift. Just going back to when he signed after winning the national championships from Madison Genesis, he signed unexpectedly for Arkea Samsic, as I think the team was called back then. It was really surprising to see how they would use him, and I don't think anyone anticipated the relationship that seemed to flourish between Connor Swift and Nairo Quintana. If memory serves me correctly, in his very first year with Arkea Samsic, he was sent to Paris-Nice, and I think it was one of those famous editions of Paris-Nice where the wind blew every single day, and Connor, being the sort of size he is, was given the task of keeping Nairo Quintana on the wheel, and he just did it so well.
And not just his size, but his tactical nous of how to ride in a crosswind.
Yeah.
And how to deal with those really hard, difficult days in and around Paris, and usually the first 2 or 3 days where you've got one of those stages that travels from sort of north to south. The wind is
arrow straight.
Yeah, arrow straight stage.
Fields either side.
Absolutely. It's open, it's wide open, it's exposed. Wind blowing from the right-hand side, and Connor Swift, he's the perfect man for the job. He's really good on those kind of stages, but also in the classics, for example. We've seen already what a brilliant job he's able to do. But he's really strong as well. He's a bit of a diesel engine, so he's one of those riders that can sit on the front for a long time for a big leader.
Yeah.
He's not afraid to be in a chaotic mix either, so if you're one of those leaders that needs to be protected and kept out of trouble, he knows exactly where you need to be, where he needs his leader to be kept safe.
Yeah, and there were times as well where Arnaud Demar was on that team as well, and he was working as a lead out for Demar, and then given the occasional leadership role as he was when he won Tour d'Orléans, which is a big race to win as well.
Yeah, it is.
That was a fantastic career that he's had.
I wonder what he's done with his pig.
For those of you who don't know, that is a race where the winner is presented with a piglet. Robbie McEwen won a horse once. No, not a horse. It was a limousine bull, not a horse at all.
A limousine bull?
Yeah. Have you ever heard that story?
No, I haven't.
He won a stage of the Tour de France. I'd have to ask Robbie, because I know you work with him occasionally.
Yeah.
He won a stage of the Tour de France back in the day, I think something around 2006, in Limoges. And
right.
Limoges is gives its name to the Limousine Bull.
Right.
That's the breed of bull near there. And backstage, after he'd been presented with the victory on the podium, he stepped off the podium backstage, and Bernardino, when Bernardino was still part of the setup at ASO in the Tour de France, was standing there
Yeah.
with a Limousine Bull, a vast animal on a lead like that.
Okay.
And apparently Eno said to Robbie McEwen, "Robbie, this is your bull." And Robbie went,
What am I going to do
"What
with
am I doing
that?
with that? This is in the middle of the Tour de France. I can't take it to the Campanile, can I? No, it's not going to get on the team bus."
Put it in the
So-
mechanic's truck.
Bernardino, of course, a farmer himself who knows the value of a Limousine Bull, made Robbie McEwen an offer for the bull. He said, "I'll give you 600 euros for it," and it's probably worth like
It's
10
probably, I
grand
was
or
just
something
about
like
to say,
that.
it's definitely worth more than 600 euros, isn't it?
And Robbie just took the 600, and
Oh, wow.
Bernardino marched off with the bull.
Yeah, quid's in.
In the meantime,
Brilliant.
national championships are still coming to an end across Europe. We mentioned Wilco Kelderman having won the men's road race in the Netherlands. Lieke Nooyen of Visma Leasebike has beaten Femke Marcus to victory in the women's elite road race. And the Belgian road race for the men has finished, and Rune Hedegaards of UAE Team Emirates has beaten Jonas Rickert to victory there, with Fabio van den Bosche in third place. As Fred Wright just lays off a little bit as they approach the finish line again. 3 more laps remain. Total harmony amongst these 5 riders. Still too far out for anybody to dare to make a move. Questionable whether any of them will or can make a move, but you'd have thought that the 2 youngsters might try something, because they are, I think, as they come towards the finish line, maybe at a little bit of a disadvantage over the experience and the power of the likes of Wright, Askey and Swift. I'll tell you what, Hannah, if Tom Portsmouth were to pick up a 6th place to go with his 3rd in the crits, he would have had a very successful weekend. He's still riding in that 2nd group.
And these are the kind of results that Tom Portsmouth needs.
Yeah, could change his career.
Really could be career changing. He's another rider who, he's been chipping away year after year, but he's not too old either. He's still got so much left if he's 24 years of age.
Yeah, been around for a few years, but
And the thing
so
is,
started very young.
riders develop at different ages as well.
Fred Wright leads the through. 3 laps to go. The man from London, South London. Fred Brockwell Wright. Hannah, do you know why he's called Brockwell? What's his middle name? Do you know why Fred's middle name is Brockwell?
Brockwell Park at Herne Hill.
Correct. Yeah, where his parents grew up, living on Croxted Road. That's where he was born and bred,
Yep.
which leads down onto Brockwell Park in Brixton.
Beautiful park.
Which is really nice. It's got the Lido in it.
Yeah, it has. It has. My auntie actually lived opposite.
Really?
She did. She did.
Ollie Wood, Jed Smithson, Pickering, Tom Portsmouth amongst the riders, as well as Danilo Rivny, Ukrainian rider, who we have learned during the course of this race actually works full-time in a bike shop in South London. Very much the junior rider in this 2nd group on the road. Right at the back there, rider 25. Heck of a performance. Good ride from him, really good ride. As they come over the finish line now, well over a minute down, around about 1 minute 20 seconds down, 23 seconds. Gorgeous weather now, isn't it? Wind is still strong. Sun just dipping a little bit in the sky. Sea looking really inviting. The monuments there, almost silhouetted against this dark blue sky. Fred Wright looking very, very supple and sprightly. as we look round that corner to see what emerges and whether or not that that second group is even within sight, and it appears not to be. Waves crashing against that pebbly shore and against the embankment. Really is a very strong wind blowing straight off the coast, adding a bit of energy. You can see this, the way the waves are just crashing and being forced ashore, spraying water in the air. It's a lovely sunny day, but the wind is blowing. Matty Dodd, well, what a ride this is for him. What an opportunity. An opportunity to take the under-23 championship, and there's a long, long list of prestigious riders who've gone on to do great things, who've won this under-23 title in the past. But he's also, let's not forget, he's in with a shout of winning the senior title as well. Even if he doesn't win it, potentially picking up a medal. But he does have to see off the threat. There's Elliot Rowe, rider from Visma Leasebike. If we're going to see any moves, it'll be in the last lap, won't it? I'd have thought. The last lap is after they've taken the bell. That's the point. That's the earliest point at which any of these riders might start to disrupt things and make a move. In all likelihood.
I think it's hard to say, because you want to try. If you leave it until the last lap, you've only got this section where the climb starts. If you want to use a climb, you've only got one climb to do it on. And if you don't break your rivals, then you're running out of space. Yeah. You're running out of kilometres. So it could be the next lap around where we start to see a bit of a precursor, really.
But then there'd still be 20 kilometres to the finish, wouldn't there? It's a long
I think
way,
that's more than doable.
Yeah.
I think it's more than manageable. If you think you've already got Lewis Askey, who's off to the Tour in a couple of days, Fred Wright's due to be off to the Tour. They're off to race the biggest bike race in the world, and so they should be on absolute flying form. So it's more than doable.
Of course, if Tadej Pogacar was British, he would have gone at about kilometre 3, wouldn't he?
Thank God he's not, because otherwise it would have been a one-man show completely.
Yeah. When do any of them risk making a move? This is the third from last ascent of this nasty little climb. Wood sitting on the front of this chase group at 1:27 now. This is pretty much the first time in the race where things have just crystallised, isn't it? Settled down. We know exactly where the riders, the groups are. We know that this group has not got a hope of getting to the front of the race. The 5 riders need to continue riding at the front, and they're doing so. And for the first time, pretty much since the start, it's calmed down.
And it's really come down to a section and a point in the race where it has settled. The question is, Ned, who's got something left in this group? Has anybody got anything left in the tank to be able to do something? It's starting to get hot out there. The first ice sock that we've seen all day, Lewis Askey. That's quite a substantial ice sock, I've got to say.
Ice socks and the British National Championships, not something you often see together in the same sentence.
Or here.
More results coming in from Europe while we wait for the action to continue here in the British National Championships. Denmark next. The women's elite road race in Denmark has been won by former world champion Amalie Diedrichsen. And the men's road race, interestingly, and that's such a hard road race to win given the strength and depth in Danish riding. Bit of a throwback. Magnus Cort has won the men's title.
I don't think he's ever won it before.
I was going to say, is that the first time?
I think that's the first time, and he's going to retire at the end of this year, so he's only going to have half a year in the jersey, and what a way to bow out as a pro.
The men's national title has in Germany has been won by Felix Engelhardt of Jeko Alula. And the Slovenian title has gone to Bahrain Victorious' Roman Ermakov. I would imagine Tadej Pogačar didn't contest it. When we go to Norway, the women's race has been won by Sigrid Haugseth. And the men's title has gone to Anders Skarseth. And needless to say, both those riders ride for Uno X. As we look at Visma Leasabike issuing instructions, Christian Nierman, to their young rider Elliot Rowe, who's within touching distance of the ride of his young life.
The car was in touching distance of the hedgerow as well.
That's very true. Seth Dunwoody has won the Irish men's national title. Jan Christen has won the men's Swiss title. Michael
He's done
Gogel.
a double then, hasn't he?
Yep.
He won the time trial.
Michael Gogel is once again the Austrian champion, and in the women's Austrian race, Katarina Zadnik has won their title for Visma Leasabike. Antonio Morgado claims the Portuguese title for the men. Matthias Vacek is the Czech champion once again, the rider from Lidl Trek. They're coming in thick and fast, hard to keep track of them all at the moment, but Unibet Rose Rockets have got another year for Lukasz Kubic to fly the Slovakian flag as national champion for the Unibet Rose Rockets as well. He's won the back-to-back titles in the road race there.
And at least 3 of those extras have done the double. Morgado, time trial and road race. Vacek, time trial, road race. Time trial for Lukasz Kubic.
So Fred Wright really loading up now. There'll come a point where feeding is no longer permitted from the cars. Wright getting ahead of the curve.
It's an opportunity to get rid of and discard of your litter as well.
Yep.
You saw it was an exchange, some gel wrappers, some bar wrappers, a little bit of a chat, take on a bottle.
Well, there's going to be lots of twists and turns still to come, because this 5-rider group are going to somehow have to figure out the medals between themselves. But at the moment, it's almost like the phony war. It's the calm before the storm. Markedly different from the closing 13 kilometres of the women's race, where at this point in the race, Zoe Backstead was on her marauding, rampaging solo attempt to bring Josie Knight to heel. Feels like about 3 weeks ago we were commentating on that. But it is, for now, Hannah, it's a waiting game, isn't it? Yep.
A lot of this from the group here is riding for the position, because there's still a lot on offer. In the under-23 category, there's still a bronze medal on offer, and there's still an opportunity to finish in the top 10 in the national championships, which for some would be an enormous achievement. Ollie Wood, Danilo Rivni, for example, Tom Portsmouth, Joe Brooks. You know, there's some really prestigious results still on offer. And especially for some of these riders, if you told them at the start of the day, you're going to finish in 8th place in the national road race, they would say, yep, sign me up.
Yeah.
Where's the dotted line? Where do I sign for that? I'd be very happy with that. And there's some riders that have been in near enough each and every move. Ben Wiggins being one of those. Now he trails at 1:37 to this group, but he's always been there, and I think that's a really promising sign for Ben Wiggins. He's another one of those riders that's come out of the back of the Giro Next Gen, like Elliot Rowe, who was second on the penultimate stage, big mountain stage, like Matty Dodd, who was the rider who won the mountains classification.
Heading towards Aberystwyth again, and once again a conversation between Matty Dodd and Connor Swift. wonder what those conversations are about. It's an interesting position those two riders find themselves in, isn't it? Because individual glory is at stake here, and yet there is clear seniority, isn't there? And technically, they're not quite in the same team.
No, precisely. But I do think it's worth the conversation, it's worth the exchange between the two of them. Because whilst they're not racing for the exact same team, you've got one rider for the World Tour team, one rider for the Academy, they've still got the upper hand here, they've still got the ratio. And I know a sports director like Matt Chandry is always going on about having the ratio in a breakaway, and how high the odds would be if you managed to have two riders in a group of 5.
Yep. Inside the last 30 kilometres, heading towards the finish line in Aberystwyth. They'll go over the finish line at 24.5 kilometres to go. Motorbike's in a furious chase just to keep pace with the second group on the road. Yeah, a push bike like this with a skilled practitioner on top of it, they'll always descend faster than a motorbike. So Matthew Dodd is glued to the back wheel of Connor Swift now. Fred Wright's doing an awful lot of work on the front. Seems to be doing a little bit more than his share. Flicks an elbow, Askey comes through. Does some long turns on the front, Fred Wright. So 2 second places in big one-day races like Rund um Köln. Already for Fred Wright this year. Can he convert second place to another win? Only
I'm sure
one
he'd
win to his name.
I'm sure he'd exchange some of those second places for
All day long.
another victory.
Yeah. It's not quite...
Just to get that winning feeling again, and I think that's never a bad thing when a rider changes teams. You know, he's been at Bahrain Victorious for a long, long time. He's had some wonderful memories, wonderful moments at the team. He's been a key part of some massive victories, but he's also had the opportunity to race for himself and then to try and go for victory. And we've already mentioned that on several occasions he's been second or third on Grand Tour stages, never managed to translate that into a victory. But now he wanted that change, he wanted that fresh start at Pinarello Q36.5, where you've got that opportunity to race for the win, to be a winner again, to have your own opportunity, and to have that almost renewed motivation within a team. It's new riders, new team members to work with, new staff members.
He's on the front again, Fred Wright, before you know it. He's such a talented rider, isn't he? Such a likeable rider as well. But one of the things that's hampered him, I don't know whether you agree, Hannah, he just falls between a few stools, doesn't he, as a rider? So often when he's been in breakaways at the Tour de France, he's an excellent climber on certain parcours, but he's been with riders who are just that notch better.
Totally.
Or he's been in a group, he's got a fast finish, but he's been with riders who just got that little bit more than him under the hood.
Yeah, yeah.
It's his versatility that's almost been his problem.
It's almost been a hindrance.
Yeah.
Yet at the same time, there are other riders that would look at his Palmares and say,
I'd love some of that.
I'd love some of that.
Yeah, it's true.
So it's a matter of time. Stay there. Always makes me a little bit nervous when you see someone making a last-minute decision to walk across when the race is on its way through.
Yeah. It's like the first edition of the Women's Tour, wasn't there, where a mobility scooter decided to make a dash for it across the road.
Yes, I remember well.
Averting disaster, thankfully. And down towards the seafront we come through Aberystwyth. Just a peaceful Sunday afternoon scene for the riders, for the spectators at the side of the road, encouraging the riders. And that finish line gets ever closer for the riders. The remaining riders, many of the 140 starters will have stepped off by now. In fact, we saw, didn't we, a while ago, last time they came out of Aberystwyth and out onto the circuit, we saw about half a dozen riders on the pavement.
Yeah.
Just having sacked it off and riding back into Aberystwyth off the race course.
And through the feed zone as well.
Yeah.
Another handful there.
One of the other real attractions, I think, of the National Championships is the way that, like all bike races, it's incredibly spectator friendly. You can get right up to the riders in the official car parks of the race, but very few of them will be in their own team cars. Often they'll just be in their own car, or a mate's car, or a hire car, or their parents will have driven them there, or something, you know. And when Steve Cummings won his double title, spotting him a bit later, packing his bike, taking the wheels off, plonking it in the back seat, and then just driving himself home.
Yeah, it's
there's a homespun attitude to it,
yeah,
isn't
absolutely,
it? Yeah.
there is. Even a couple of weekends ago, or was it last weekend, with the USA National Road Championships with Larry Warbass after the individual time trial. So I feel like it's back to the early days where I've got my parents at the race and all of my friends who are there helping out. Not with the pro team setup with the bus. Your own mechanics, Swan years, sports director. It's very much back to the good old days.
Almost 2 minutes now, the lead for the 5 riders at the front, who are off on their penultimate lap of the finishing circuit. So these riders just approaching the finishing line. Eight-rider group. No medals up for grabs for these, but nonetheless plenty to play for. As you rightly say, the bronze medal in the under-23 competition will come from this group.
And there's 4 riders in this group who are eligible for the under-23 bronze medal. So you've got Ben Wiggins in the purple jersey at the very rear of the group. You've got Jed Smithson. You've got Joe Brooks in the white and green jersey for the squad of Aix-en-Provence. And then you've also got Jacob Bush of Picnic Postinel in the navy blue and the orange jersey. So there's probably a little bit of a reason as to why it's become quite stale in that group, because half of the group are still vying for the under-23 title, and there's something for them to lose here.
They'll be more motivated than the other 4, won't they, in that sense, and they'll be playing games more as well, just conserving something for the final. Connor Swift requires further assistance from his team car. Calling for his car. Feeding permitted till 20k, so he's got a kilometre to get whatever he wants from the car, and then it's after that it's Verbolten. Askey on the front, and an ice sock there for Connor Swift as well. Started off a little bit overcast the day, and at times, even during the men's race actually earlier on, it almost looked like it was spotted with rain. But the sun has come out in this, well, if you like the heat, this gorgeous summer that we're having in June in the United Kingdom. a good example of how a bike race on rolling roadblocks works there, wasn't it? A police officer had just spotted a vehicle that had entered the course and then just carefully and safely brought them to a standstill and made sure that the riders were aware that that parked car was there on the course at quite a narrow point as well. So many moving parts to a bike race that can go wrong. Occasionally they do, but the organisation of this race looks pretty flawless. As a bidon makes its way to the feet of a fan. This is the second group on the road. It's Jake Bush, one of the riders who could pick up the bronze medal, as could this man in the under-23 category, Ben Wiggins. And if that kit, Adam Mitchell's kit, reminds you of the Total Energy kit. Now we've got an attack. It's happened, Hannah, pretty much where you predicted. The penultimate ascent of this climb, and it is Matty Dodd who goes, the king of the mountains at the Giro Next Gen just a few weeks ago, and Fred Wright has decided unequivocally and without hesitation to follow this move. And he's gone even before the actual the climb genuinely started. Probably the right thing to do.
Instigate something straight through the feed zone. At one point when he got to the little junction at the grass verge, I was thinking, you're not going to make that big effort, are you? And then end up finding yourself too far to the right of the road. But look at this. There's really tired legs here, and Matty Dodd with that kind of acceleration, and with Fred Wright so quick to get onto the wheel of Matty Dodd. This is going to be left to Askey and Rowe to close the deficit here.
Fred Wright has gone onto the front. It was interesting that Wright almost got a sixth sense that was about to happen, and he was right on the wheel. At no point was he gapped at all. Askey hasn't quite got it in the legs to bring these two back, and Fred Wright is flying up the climb. With Dodd, it has to be said, who's kicked it all off from these five riders. They've been riding really well together for the best part of 3/4 of an hour. And hostilities have commenced.
This kind of move is more than doable, because the climb is 4.5 kilometres each time, so 9 kilometres of elevation. You've got the flat section to the finish, add in the descent. It's more than doable to try and hold this off, and even if it doesn't come to anything or amount to anything, you've really put Askey and Rowe under pressure, and you've forced them to use a big chunk of energy where you've had such an attritional day already. They're already starting to look a little bit laboured. You know, make it hard for them to do the chasing and come back here.
Connor Swift has just sat on the wheels of Rowe and Askey, and it just looked as if Askey might be bit by bit, gradually bringing those two attackers to heel. But Swift has not contributed, has he? Instead, it's been Elliot Rowe of Visma Lease Bikes development team and Lewis Askey of NSN, who have gone really deep there to bring back Dodd and Wright. It's not impossible that Connor Swift might be planning to go over the top.
And that's the thing that they've got to be really careful of, Ned, that if this comes back together and it's sewn back together, that you are prepared and ready for a big move to go from Connor Swift from behind here.
Yeah. It's how he won the title last time out, with a long-range attack. And it's clearly on great form today. Now, out of the saddle. They still haven't quite closed that gap, have they, as Wright continues to plough on with Matty Dodd on his wheel. And of course Connor Swift legitimately can say, I suppose, got a teammate up the road.
Yeah.
Sort of.
It's at least a card to pull.
It's an argument, whether or not anyone will give it much credence.
Well, the thing is, they're not even getting into a dispute or discussion.
No,
they're not even asking him to contribute. They've not got time to. So neither Elliot Rowe nor Lewis Askey have even looked around to Connor Swift to say, come on, give us a turn, because they know what the answer will be.
Yeah.
There's no point sort of beating around the bush.
Yeah.
It's a case of close this 3-second deficit quite quickly, because you've got two incredibly strong riders and two riders who are very much in form, on the move.
This is it, the final push now, isn't it? You can see that Rowe and Askey don't want to hang around any longer. They are really, really working right now to shut this down. And Fred Wright just pushes on again. They're nearly there, nearly there. Haven't quite closed it, not yet. They're still just that 4 or 5 bike lengths off the front. And now, but only now, do they get across. And that attack for now has been neutralised, but the whole race is on warning. Everything's changed now. That cooperation's been the hallmark of this quintet for so long has completely dissolved. It might come back temporarily, but the last phase of racing has begun. So no big move from Connor Swift yet.
It's almost the wrong time though, isn't it? Because they're going to swing left here, then it'll be onto the descent.
Yeah. Matty Dodd taking first place ahead of Elliott Rowe. Connor Swift, normally at the front on this descent, finds himself at the back. Plunging into the darkness now as the shadows stretch all the way across the tarmac and these hedgerows providing real shade from this afternoon sun, late afternoon sun. Almost 2 minutes further back. Still labouring up the top of this climb before the descent. The chasers. .6k to go for the leaders until they hear the bell in Aberystwyth, and then it's just the final lap of the local circuit to go. And one more ascent of that climb. The Moria climb. Matty Dodd took the descent in first place, and everybody's pinned into the positions that they were in when the descent started. Although Fred Wright just comes up alongside Rowe, looks around, slots back into third place. Askey on his wheel. Connor Swift's just laid off a little bit.
Watch out.
Connor Swift's laid off. That's always the sign, and he just cranks it up, winds it up. It wasn't an explosive attack, but he's now developing it, and he's got a gap. And Fred Wright, once again, is alert to it, but can he shut this down? He looks round, Fred Wright, sees that he's got a gap and needs to invest right now as Askey goes with Wright as well, and the two youngsters are put into a bit of difficulty. Connor Swift has not yet been shut down by Fred Wright. He's nearly there. The road just ramps up before that left-hand turn. Elliott Rowe having to work hard again with Matty Dodd on his wheel. And Swift's first big attack has been neutralised. Interesting. So we've seen Matty Dodd, followed by Fred Wright. That attack was brought back. Connor Swift countering, followed by Fred Wright and Lewis Askey. And that attack has been brought back. And the 5, once again, all together. .4k to go until they hear the bell. On the outskirts of Aberystwyth shortly. 16 kilometres to go in this year's British Cycling National Road Championships. The time trial on Thursday, followed by the circuit series on Friday evening. And now all day Sunday there's been racing since 8:30 this morning, and it is now 5:45 in the evening. Barely an hour of interlude between the two. And I have to say, the Welsh countryside in this golden light is looking absolutely stunning. It's Askey's turn now to go. He lays off, and the man from NSN, Lewis Askey, the former circuit race champion, and Fred Wright, every single time, is the first rider to react, isn't he? That's the 3rd time that Wright has reacted to an attack.
He just cuts through the air.
Yeah.
He's so smooth, so efficient.
That was so impressive.
Was so impressive.
He's sharp, isn't he?
He is sharp, and there's no big acceleration, throwing the bike around, stamping on the pedals. He's already right on top of the gear. He's alert. He knows that these moves at this point in the race are to be expected. So he knows that he's got to have his wits about him. Be on one side of the road. And if you can be at the back of the group, for example, and really have the overview, and I say be on one side of the road because then you only have to look over one shoulder.
Yeah.
You've blocked, let's say he's on the left, you've blocked the left-hand side, no one's coming on the left, so you only have to look on over the right-hand shoulder to see the moves coming, for example.
Yeah, no, he's 3 times he's reacted. He's been so aware, so lucid at this point in the race, which is always a sign of physical sharpness. But the kind of form that he's demonstrating at the moment, this deep into the race, this close to the finish line, Hannah, it's not necessarily just a question of reacting for Fred Wright. How about he launches his own attack?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not.
I would imagine he's almost biding his time for that kind of scenario.
Because it's not what he normally does, is it, Fred
No.
Wright?
But then if I think back to some of those stages in 2022, and I know it's 4 years ago,
Yeah.
but in the Vuelta when he was challenging Mads Pedersen for the stage victories there, and he really pushed Mads all the way to the line. There was a couple of times where it was almost a photo finish.
Yep,
So
yep.
we know he can sprint. He's certainly got diamonds in the legs, hasn't he?
Today he is looking
You always
very
get
good.
the sense he's thinking about something. He's thinking about going, but just keeping the legs turning over. Nice cadence, good overview right now.
Well, when he did win the title in 2023 in Saltburn, he did win solo by 8 seconds ahead of James Knox and
Here's
Stevie
Askey.
Williams. And Askey goes now again. And this time it's Matty Dodds who shuts him down straight away. And yeah, oh, he's almost on the wheel. Askey looks round, checks, goes again. That gap hasn't quite been shut down, but Matty Dodd is looking sharp as well. This time Fred Wright allows himself the luxury of not being the first to respond. Connor Swift, watch out for him. I wonder whether we might see the next move on the seafront itself as they take the belt. And whether that move might come from Swift himself. So we've seen 4 attacks, 2 from Askey, 1 from Swift, 1 from Matty Dodd. But what an evenly matched quintet of riders this is at the moment.
It is very even, and nobody's really showing any signs of fatigue or slowing down, or that they're really struggling to stay in the group. The one rider that's actually been following and being quiet is Elliot Rowe.
Yep.
He's not shown his card yet. Yes, he's followed, he's been able to close the gaps, but he's not been one of those riders that's instigated a move. Oh, he's certainly got the support of the roadside.
Yeah, there's a come on, Elliot. A shout from behind. So Matty Dodd gets on the front and he'll take them through, and they'll hear the bell now, flicks an elbow. Elliot Rowe comes through and they approach the finishing line for the penultimate time, 100 metres to go. The crowd gathering at the barriers now and the bell ringing. 1 lap remains in the National Road Race Championships for the elite men, 187 kilometres, and it's all come down to the last 12.4k of this race as they head out onto the seafront, buffeted by that wind over their right shoulders and towards the climb that might be the next point where we'll see a bit of action. It'll be the last ascent. It's almost as if nothing happened and they hadn't started to attack one another. They just slot straight back into their rhythm, don't they? And they're just riding as a unit at the moment. Watch out for Askey at the back. He's on the drops. They're all on the drops. Save for the 2 riders at the front. Connor Swift. Fred Wright looks round. Elliot Rowe, you rightly say, he's only reacted once in the company of Lewis Askey, and that was to the attack of Matty Dodds and Fred Wright on the climb. Has he got something up his sleeve? Will Matty Dodd try the same tactic on the climb the last time around, or is that too obvious? Or will the attack come from another source altogether?
It perhaps depends where the attack comes from, and if he comes from behind and he's got the momentum, he's got the speed, and he really does get the jump on the riders, even if it is at the same place. I mean, it's the most obvious place anyway for any of these riders to try and make a move.
If they're strong, if they're good.
If they're feeling good.
Yeah. So 11k to go for the leaders. More than that for this chase group at 2 minutes and 50 seconds. No doubt about the winning combination or the selection that's been made at the front of the race. To be honest, that was made some time ago. It looked, as soon as they got together, it did look like a winning combination. The right size, the right kind of riders who have proven themselves over the course of the race to be the strongest. And yet, here we are, approaching 10 kilometres from the finish line. We've got no idea which of these riders is going to come out on top. Riders just lightening the load there, tossing a bead onto the side. No feeding from the cars, it goes without saying, is possible now. Can snatch a bottle from the side of the road as they approach the climb. But it's no longer necessary because it's all about the final now. As they stall a little bit, they start to look at one another. Fred Wright sits on the front, but he's not riding with too much commitment and he's looking round. Askey rolls through, then Swift, short turns. Matty Dodd in this all-Ineos combination of Swift and Dodd, the development team and the World Tour experience of Connor Swift and the inscrutable Elliott Rowe.
The trust in the allegiance in this group has completely gone. It's been broken. So they had to have the allegiance early on to really establish the gap over the second group, the chasing group, which now sits at 2 minutes and 50 seconds. But now we've started to see that first move go from Matty Dodd a lap ago, and then, of course, Connor Swift when Lewis Askey. Now everybody's got the wits about them. Everybody's really on high alert as to what's going to come next. So it's no surprise to see riders are doing shorter turns, a little bit more cagey.
Looking back at Elliott Rowe's breakthrough victory in 2019 at the Tour de l'Avenir, sorry, not 2019, last year when he was 19, as Connor Swift just lays off. Lewis Askey, he's aware, he's wise to it. He's watching him like a hawk, Askey, isn't he? And he's switched to the other side of the road, and it's getting very, very cagey. Good job they've got 3 minutes in hand here, Hannah.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Look.
Fred Wright's doing the same.
Wright and Swift have knocked it right off at the back. And Askey, I mean, that was a long layoff there from Wright and Swift, and Askey just thought, well, if they're going to do that, I might as well do this.
Yeah, I've got 20 metres on them.
Yeah. Third attack from Lewis Askey. Was that a bit overplayed there from Fred Wright and from Connor Swift? A little bit dangerous, frankly.
Yes.
As they approach the climb. Thinking about, looking at Elliott Rowe's win of a stage at the Tour de l'Avenir last year as a 19-year-old talent. He won from a reduced group of 19 riders. He won effectively a small group sprint. He's obviously got a rapid finish on him. And he's been economical compared to the others. Askey, well, he's attacked 3 times, and this is the second attack of Connor Swift, and this time it's, 100 metres from the foot of the steep part of the climb. Lewis Askey just slots in on second wheel there, and Fred Wright follows, and the 2 youngsters once again are at the back. As the pictures, unfortunately, the signal just disappears on that climb temporarily, and we switch our attention to the chase group, but there we go, the senior riders, age-wise and experience-wise, the World Tour pros, being driven on by Connor Swift at the moment are putting Rowe and Dodd out the back, and it looks like the 2 development riders are beginning to lose contact as Fred Wright gets past Lewis Askey and past Connor Swift. Swift fading, Askey going after Fred Wright, but nothing to separate those 3, and Swift gets back onto the wheel of Lewis Askey. So that's the steepest bit of the climb. It continues to rear up. It's not they're not onto the descent yet. This is a hard part of the climb still, but it's really damaged these 2 riders, hasn't it?
It has, and there is a little bit of, the pace has gone out of this front group here. They've started to sit up and look at each other. However, is Dodd really going to come back and drag Elliott Rowe back into the frame of things, or is this now, this situation, is there nothing left in the legs?
Dodd looking around.
Still, I mean, they're still looking all right. Maybe Rowe's just playing the card and not wanting to show his card, and second of all, not make one big acceleration, knowing that actually it's quite bridgeable, the gap, and I still feel like I'm able to get back into the frame of things, because those three up there, they're looking at each other. There's some games going on between Askey, Wright and Swift.
Well, we've seen 2 attacks from Connor Swift. We've seen Lewis Askey attack 3 times. The rider at the front of the race we haven't seen attack yet is Fred Wright. He's responded, and he's responded handsomely and instantly and with real strength on a number of occasions, but he's not launched his own attack yet. Other than that, you can't really put a cigarette paper between the three riders at the front. They have quite similar characteristics, all of them, which is why they are where they are at the front of the race. No idea. That might be the podium you're seeing, but no idea who's going to win the gold medal. It's what we want to see at the end of 180 kilometres of racing.
All I'm imagining now in the team car at Visma Lisa bike is a Grisha Neiman.
Hey, come on,
Come on, Elliot, come on,
you got this, on the radio. Well, there is no radio, it'd be pointless.
No,
He'd just be saying it to himself.
Exactly, it's just saying, that's what I'm saying. It's like an imaginary saying it to himself in the car. Come on, Elliot.
One of the most distinctive voices in the whole world.
Yeah, oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Here's the chase group behind. Let's just see them at the climb. It's Tom Portsmouth who's opened it up and just got a little bit of a gap. Another good ride from young Jed Smithson as well.
Despite 3-4 laps ago, he went through that real rough patch where he was desperately trying to get a bottle. He was dropped from this front group.
If Elliot Rose wins this race, he's been smart, hasn't he?
Very smart. And that's what I was going to say. He's not panicking.
Yeah.
Seemingly very confident.
What does he know that we don't know, Hannah?
Yeah, absolutely.
What does he know about the condition of his legs, his form, his potential, his race-winning potential? Matty Dodd has looked round and flicks an elbow. No doing. He's not going to ride. 7K to go. Fred Wright seems to be in a zone today, doesn't he? He seems to be so relaxed, I suppose is the way to describe it, and the kind of relaxed countenance that comes with extreme confidence. He must just be feeling good. And he's proven it to himself, and he's proven it to the others on so many occasions.
And perhaps in a very happy place. Because I always think that has a big part to play in a rider's form and performance, when they're in a really happy place and they know everything's gone well, training's gone well, they've had a good race program, they've already had some good results. That also helps your form.
And again, in that characteristic, very aerodynamic position that you were describing so admirably, Hannah, he's just cutting his way. There's a little gap that had opened up. It looked like Askey might have made another little move as the moto tries to keep pace in this front group, and they swing left-handed imminently and onto this sharp descent. Fred Wright just shut down that little gap to Swift and Askey again. It seems unlikely that Matty Dodd and Elliot Rowe will get back at this point. Connor Swift in his happy place on the front on this descent. Daniel Livni just off the back of that chase group. Just a little bit. 3 minutes.
Need to bring back the amateur championship.
Yeah, give him the medal for that. Askey's opened up a bit of a lead here. He's come past Connor Swift, which in itself isn't easy to do on this descent, and he is starting to fly. Whew. So Askey choosing the descent to go and unleash. He's got a gap. And to drop Connor Swift on a descent like that, when Swift has been absolutely fearless so far, is, well, that's some ride from Lewis Askey. 2 against 1 though, but Askey is,
he's
well,
gone.
he's gone. And now Fred Wright and Connor Swift are going to have to combine to bring him back. Can they do it? The road is going to run out quickly. Askey in time trial mode now. The road's flattened out off the descent, being chased by Fred Wright and Connor Swift. Now Wright is really having to empty the tank, and look at him go. Look at him go. Look at the difference that Fred Wright is making. He's getting across to Askey, he's dragging Connor Swift back, he's not asking for help at the moment. Fred Wright, and now he looks round and perhaps flicks an elbow. Connor Swift might do the last turn. No, Fred Wright is bringing him back, and that is just a really good sign for Fred Wright of how good his form is at the moment, because Askey had a gap and Fred Wright has shut it down in, what, a few hundred metres. Amazing ride.
Incredible ride. Single-handedly closing that
and sitting on the front
advantage for Lewis Askey. Not asking for help, not flicking the elbow to Connor Swift to say, come through and help me do a turn, because you can get to a situation in a position where Connor Swift could have gone straight over the top of both of those riders, because both of them have shown their card.
Well, when's he going to make his own move, Fred Wright? When is he going to go? Does he back himself to beat these three in a 3-up sprint? Normally, you'd say that Askey's probably the fastest finisher of these three, but I mean, it's hard to read too much into the form after such a long and hard race. None of these three riders could be certain that they get the jump on the other two, and they'd be certain of victory. Just a word exchange there between Askey and Wright. Couldn't quite work out what was said, but Fred Wright's, the way he shut down that move was, of all his responses, the most impressive so far. No more gradients, no more climbs, not even a lump in the road, really. It's flat all the way to the finish. If anything, slightly downhill, but certainly no uphill. Heading into Aberystwyth. Now then, how far behind are Matty Dodd and Elliott Rowe? Because they are easing up after all of that.
But have they been cohesive in the chase behind? And has it simply been those two riders just have to watch each other for the under-23 title?
It started to feel like that, didn't it?
Yeah.
When they were dropped on the climb, it almost felt like
maybe
two races happening.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe Elliott Rowe came into this race with the plan between himself and Grisha Neyman to say, look, the main focus, let's secure the under-23 jersey.
Thought Swift was about to go there, had it looked twitchy, didn't he? Drop to the back, which is the favoured position to launch, obviously. Out of the saddle. Looking for that opportunity, sensing that moment, perhaps. Oof. This is one of the best finishes in recent years to the men's elite road race title.
Can't call it.
Yeah. Each of them will firmly believe that they've got this race win in the locker. How's it going to play out?
And if we look at previous finishes on this circuit and on the seafront here in Aberystwyth, a lot of riders, they tend to go early and open up their sprint early. They all hug the right-hand side of the barrier because it is the shortest line round, but actually the fastest way has always been on the left-hand side and managing to come round a rider and come off the slipstream. And out of the slipstream of a rider. Yeah,
well, we saw that with exactly that, didn't we, in the crit race with the women, with Meg Barker.
And the same last year, it's always been the case.
Yeah. Always tense, isn't it?
It is tense.
It's really tense. Askey is watching everybody like a hawk. Finds himself on the front. Swift at the back, exactly where he wants to be, dropping down onto the sunlit streets and heading towards the Flamme Rouge, the final kilometre. Close now to the finish. Swift laying off, looks around, checks what's the gap, can he see his teammate Matty Dodd? And the answer, I think, is no. They're out of sight. They've kept rolling. They haven't really ground to a halt, these three. They have kept rolling, but Fred Wright is now no longer willing to come through. And that pins and keeps Lewis Askey for now on the front. Well inside the last kilometre now. Askey still being pinned to the front. He's going to have to sprint from the front, Lewis Askey. Probably the fastest of the three. Connor Swift, yeah, it was a little bit telegraphed, wasn't it? Has he got the power to actually get free? Fred Wright doesn't respond. He's using Lewis Askey to his advantage. Askey shuts down Connor Swift. As they drop left-handed, and Swift hasn't managed to get away. And Fred Wright now finds himself in pole position here.
This could have been the perfect position and then move for Lewis Askey. The fact that Swift has gone so early, this has provided a wheel for Askey to follow. Fred Wright poised, ready, through 200 metres to go. And the sprint still hasn't started.
Connor Swift effectively leading out Lewis Askey. Askey now all concerned about Fred Wright, and they open up the sprint, and it is Fred Wright on the left-hand side of the road. Wright versus Swift. Wright, though, hits the front, threatened by Askey. It's going to be Fred Wright's race. He wins it for a second time. Victory for the Londoner, and what a perfect performance that was for the man from Pillarello. Q36.5, confidence and brilliant at the finish line, and the fourth place and the under-23 title goes to Elliot Rowe of Visma Lease Bike ahead of Matty Dodd, who finishes in a brilliant 5th place for the Ineos development team. Disappointment for Connor Swift. And Lewis Askey just beaten by a smarter and more powerful ride in the end from Fred Wright. Wow.
He wins it again, 3 years later.
Win number 2, and Mum and Dad are on site, and they're on hand as well.
And Emily.
What a moment for Fred Wright. It's been a long wait, hasn't it? Only his 2nd ever professional victory, and they've both been national titles. Fred Wright proving to himself once again that he can do this thing. He really can, and what confidence that's going to give him going forward as he starts his new phase of his career for his new team. Here we go, though. We've had 5 riders over the line. This is the battle for 6th place, and the final medal in the under-23s competition. There's only one rider in this selection who is eligible, and it's Jed Smithson. Don't think there's a group ahead of them, so I think this is the battle for 6th place. And in Smithson's case, the almost certainty, I think, of a bronze medal in the under-23, even if he gets beaten by this group.
Yeah, you can just see riders doing up the dials on the shoes through 1 kilometre to go. Wood, Smithson, Portsmouth, as well as Mitchell at the back, number 73 in the white jersey.
2 riders here from French amateur teams, aren't there? The Vendée team and Tom Portsmouth, who rides for Guidon Chaletois. Elliot Rowe then coming to a halt alongside the newly crowned and 2nd-time British national champion, Fred Wright.
Oh, that's so much good into that last corner. Just see you guys. Yeah, I knew Colin into that one.
Connor Swift going off to greet his family. Alice Wood on hand there to congratulate Fred Wright. A rider who knows all about winning British national titles, formerly Alice Barnes, of course.
It was the hardest seated 30 seconds of my life.
The hardest seated 30 seconds. Now here we are. This is the battle for 6th place. Danilo Rivni is coming, he's coming, and if he can get there, he'll just go straight over the top, but it's too late. Tom Portsmouth is hitting out a long way out, and can he hold them all off here, Tom Portsmouth? Big charge from Ollie Wood, he's got a very fast finish, Ollie Wood, and it looks to me like, couldn't quite see, there was a kid in the way.
Kid on the shoulders.
Kid on the shoulders, but it looked for me like Ollie Wood might have got 6th place there, possibly just ahead of Tom Portsmouth in 7th. Well, Connor Swift, who is a marauding beast of a bike rider on the bike, and the nicest man you could ever meet off the bike, just congratulating Fred Wright.
Certainly is.
What was the winning margin here, do you think?
I wouldn't mind
it was
seeing
tight, it was tight, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was going to say, I wouldn't mind seeing a photo finish.
Yeah, it's got to be maybe half a wheel. I'm going to say it was half a wheel. Mr. and Mrs. Wood. It's quite a family affair, isn't it, the National Championships? Fred's parents, Phil and Becky, were here this morning to see the start of the women's race. They don't appear to have bothered to see Fred at the finish line. That's a bit mysterious. They were only there for the women's race. They probably caught a train back home to London. Now there's Becca.
There they are.
There they are. There he is. There's Phil. Well, last time he did this up in Saltburn, they hitched a lift, did Phil and Becky, in my car as I drove home back down to London. They live not so far away from me. And for most of the journey, and it's a long, long way to South London from Saltburn, we had Fred on speakerphone as he drove home to Manchester. It's Zed Kiffin who's leading the charge there for the minor placings. What a good ride that was for the man from Telangana.
As well as George Kimber still there.
Yep. That's Kimber who's going to, cross the line just ahead of... there's Kimber, yeah. But yeah, good to see Zed Kiffin getting maybe just outside the top 10 placings. But we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, he is indeed just outside the top 10. Fred Wright wins ahead of Lewis Askey and Connor Swift. That's your podium. Elliot Rowe will also be on the podium as the winner of the under-23s competition ahead of Matty Dodd. Jed Smithson in 9th place on the stage will be, I think, the bronze medalist in the under-23 competition from Hagensberm and Jaco. And what a result that is for foreign CT Danilo Rivni. Picks up a top 10 in the British National Road Race Championships. And a little reminder that so far from being a professional, he actually works full-time for Signa Sports in the bike shop in South London.
Ethan Hayter did some ride to come across to what was the remnants of the former breakaway.
So, Hannah, we're going to have the British National... There we go. There's half a wheel, maybe even a wheel, actually, in the end. We're going to have the British National Champions jersey represented at the Tour de France again, in all likelihood. It hasn't been confirmed, but Fred Wright's going to the Tour, isn't he?
Aye, probably is now.
We've decided it on his behalf.
Heard it here first.
Well, I do remember...
Until the team put out an announcement otherwise.
I do remember in 2022, was it where Mark Cavendish won it up in Scotland? I do remember, I don't know if you remember the interview that I did with him, Hannah, where he came off the podium in his British National Champions jersey, and he'd heard nothing from the team about selection.
Yeah.
And I think he said word for word, wouldn't it be nice, don't you think, to see this jersey on the roads of the Tour de France? But it fell on deaf ears that year from Patrick Lefebvre.
Yeah, it did.
And he was kept at home. We've been talking for what feels like a week. We'll start talking again when the riders are on the podium, but for now, just sit back and enjoy the music and relive what was another brilliant edition of the National Champions Elite Men's Road Race. Yeah, Hannah, you called it not so long ago when we were discussing how the sprint might unfold. That the left side of that sprint, the long way round, is for whatever reason the winning side. I don't know how to explain that, but there's a body of evidence to suggest, as Phil Wright has just, not Phil Wright, Fred Wright has just proven once again. Phil's race-winning days are way past him, but as Fred Wright has just proved once again, it just that's the way it plays out.
I don't know what it is. If you're a scientist,
drops a line.
let us know, please, because
shouldn't make
whether
sense.
it's almost like a velodrome, for example, ever so slightly, it's downhill. You get the zip out of the corner. I don't know. But every time it's come down to either a head-to-head sprint there or a 3-up, 4-up sprint, the left-hand side of the road has always been faster to come the long way round. Maybe it's the vortex of coming out of the slipstream.
Well, this will be the finish line of the 2027 National Championships, and if you haven't been watching this far into the live stream and listens to what Hannah has to say, and you're racing it next year, you've only got yourselves to blame because you've just missed a race-winning tip.
If you win, then
send the champagne your way.
Yeah. Don't pop the night timber on the podium.
or do, but then put a spoon in it straight away.
Yeah, that's another thing. Why does the spoon keep the bubbles in a bottle of sparkling?
Nobody knows. I'm not sure it does either, does it?
Well, I don't know. I like to believe it does.
Well, all that remains now of our weekend of racing here in Aberystwyth is to see the final two podiums, the under-23 and the elite men.
Just seen a comment on the live stream saying it's wind direction, Hannah. Well, it's actually a headwind, so still doesn't really add up, to be honest.
I'm not going to get involved in that. Okay, here's a reminder of the top 10. Wright wins ahead of Askey, Swift in third, Elliott Rowe fourth, Matty Dodd, who Phil Wright has just informed me, Fred's dad, who works with the Vélo Club Londres, is another graduate of Vélo Club Londres and the Herne Hill programme. Ollie Woods in sixth place ahead of Tom Portsmouth, who picks up seventh place. What a performance that is. That is Phil Wright, who is an actor by trade. And his wife Becky is one of the country's leading casting directors and never casts her husband.
What's he been in?
He's been in loads of stuff.
Yeah, like what?
Line of Duty, stuff like that.
Really?
Yeah, he tends to play bent coppers. He's kind of
Does it suit his character?
He's pigeon. Well,
I only say that only because you know him well.
Yeah, a little bit does. Yeah, yeah. He's got a certain penchant for playing corrupt police officers. Anyway, Phil, if you are anywhere near Fred and still listening to this live stream, which is a little bit unlikely, can you ask him just to get a little bit of a move on?
Are you riding home?
I will ride some of the way home and then I will use a train for the rest of the journey. Who's the last British national champion to wear the stripes at the Tour de France? Was it Fred himself? I think it might have been. It's only 3 years ago, wasn't it?
3 years ago he won. No, Sam Watson last year.
Sam Watson last year.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that. Didn't have to think that far back. So here is let's try and unpick the physics of this. He comes out of the slipstream there, but it is strange, isn't it? The wind's coming from the left, and some of its effect, I don't know, I can't explain. I'm not even going to try with the aerodynamics of that. He's pushed wide there by Askey, very wide, and then he cuts back and takes the line. So it is definitively the longer way around.
Yeah. But nevertheless, the wind has never always been the same as it has been today. Over each and every time that the sprint has been won from the left-hand side.
Maybe it's, you were saying earlier, Hannah, there is a tendency on this finish line, for whatever reason, for riders to open up the sprint a little bit early.
Yeah.
And if you're going to do that, you're going to hug the barrier.
Yeah.
So you then just start to fade, and whoever's on your wheel, maybe it's as simple as that.
Yeah, it could be.
It's so maybe it's nothing to do with the wind and the way it's playing out. Maybe it's just a hard finish to judge when to open up the sprint.
And after such an attritional race...
Because it's not a straight line.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not.
You can't see. I don't know what point you can see the finish.
That camera angle was perfect, actually, because you can see the road is slightly off camber. So as I was saying, sort of alluding to, it's a little bit like, it's like a bit like a reverse velodrome. You're riding the opposite way around a velodrome, and you've got the banking to slingshot you out of the turn. It was a brilliant shot to really demonstrate that.
Yeah.
But it's one of those, after such an attritional race where it's been so arduous, sprinting at the end of that is very, very different than when you've had a flat race or a flat stage and you've got really fresh legs.
Well, here is how the women's race finished, and there was no sprint of any description, because earlier on at lunchtime today, Zoe Backstead finished all on her own in front of Meg, her mother, Maggie, her father, and Eleanor, her sister, to make history. She wins the Time Trial Championship and the Road Race Championship, first rider to do that since Alice Barnes, as was back in pre-pandemic 2019. And repeating the success in the Road Race Championship of her mother, who achieved that victory in 1998. Eleanor on hand to congratulate her little sister. What a ride that was for Zoe Backstead, who is clearly, at the age of 21, in the best form of her life now. Well, there are many mysteries in the world, such as where did the universe come from, how's it all going to end, and why does it take so long for podiums in bike races? They're on their way.
Backies and Bromptons.
Yep. Seagulls circling overhead.
Do you know the climb just behind here? There used to be a hill climb time trial to the top of the Tour Series. So in the afternoon they had the hill climb up there, and then in the evening they had the circuit race around the town centre.
You're absolutely right. And there was one blisteringly hot edition of the Tour Series.
Yeah.
In Aberystwyth, wasn't there? I seem to remember that much as well, but mostly it was grey and windy.
2016?
No, I've got no idea. I've got no idea.
There was also a very wet edition.
Yes, that was kind of predominantly how it went, I think. It's terrific that the town of Aberystwyth backs cycling to the extent that it has, and we're back next year, part of a 3-year contract with British Cycling to host the National Road Championships. And it is a spectacular setting.
stunning place when the weather's good.
I have no words left.
I think it's best that you don't ride all the way home.
It is. Yeah, I mean, we do some long shifts in commentary, and every year I commentate on Milan-San Remo, which is the longest race of the year. But even that is...
But there's 3 of you.
And it's not as long as this. Yeah, no, it's been good entertainment. I thought the women's race in particular was really, really... Well, no, so was the men's. In very different ways, I thought they were fascinating races to watch. They always are. National Road Race weekend is one of my favourite weekends, periods in the calendar.
We might have a bit of an explanation. And I did mention about the vortex. Cy Wilson said the vortex of wind bounce off the building.
That just sounds like a word salad to me. A vortex of
I
wind
reckon that
bounce.
sounds really...
I'm not going to deny it. It's either very technical and bang on, or he's just made it up. Here we go. I can hear Cole revving up the microphone and about to introduce the riders for the under-23 jersey onto the stage. The anthem is going to start up, which you think is an anthem borrowed from the Pirates of the Caribbean. I'm not sure it is, but there we go. Maybe it is.
The medals, a jersey and gifts will be presented by Councillor Catherine
There's your winner, Elliot Rowe.
Davis, Cabinet Member, Ceredigion Council.
Matty Dodd to his left, and Jed Smithson, who's going to pick up the bronze
representing
medal.
Horgans, Berman Jaco, Jed Smithson.
Well, Jed Smithson in a the purple of Jaco, which featured, of course, the World Tour Finn Pickering, as well as his teammate from the feeder team, Ben Wiggins, ends up the best of all of them and picks up 3rd place in the under-23 category, which is a notable achievement. This man's having a terrific 2026. He might be disappointed, Matty Dodd, that he couldn't get the gold medal around his neck, but silver to go with his King of the Mountains jersey that he took back from Italy at the Giro Next Gen and his win at the Ronde di Lizard.
Road race national champion.
And
representing Team Visma, Lisa Bike
a winner of a stage of the Tour de l'Avenir last year, Elliot Rowe on the Visma Lisa Bike development squad takes the jersey. And it was a display of cool-headedness and maturity, wasn't it? I think he settled quite early on, potentially, for targeting and making sure that he got this jersey and not getting distracted by the remote chance of actually winning the elite title. That'll come in the years to come, but he wanted this jersey today. I'm putting words into his mouth, but that's what it looked like, didn't it, Hannah, a little bit?
I think so.
The national champion.
Make sure that you can put yourself in a situation where you could come out with 4th place or 5th place, sorry, from that group and the silver medal. Whereas he put himself into a situation where he's got the jersey. He made sure he only had to look out for one other rider in Dodd. Maybe he's a rider who can hide his suffering very, very well, because he never really looked like he was under pressure and suffering the fatigue, to be honest.
Yeah.
But then again, you know, some riders are capable of hiding that tiredness.
They all look like they've been to war and back, though, don't they? There's the podium of the under-23s. That's Jed Smithson in 3rd place, Matty Dodd in 2nd, and Elliot Rowe in 1st.
I'm happy for Jed Smithson in the purple jersey of Hardins, Berman at Jaco. The fact that he was initially in the front group of 5. Connor Swift came across, he was ejected out of the breakaway through the feed zone on the climb. Really suffering, but he still managed to get the bronze medal in the under-23 category. It's going to bug me now, that song.
It's
I'll
nice
put
to
my
see,
finger on it.
it's nice to see Ollie Wood waiting there, and also Ethan Hayter, because
Yeah.
don't forget Fred Wright and Ethan Hayter, they're almost brothers. They grew up absolutely cheek by jowl and side by side in at Herne Hill Velodrome at Vélo Club Londres. Almost a competitive, a deep friendship and a kind of rivalry that spurred each of them on to ever greater heights. And it's really nice to see Ethan Hayter waiting there.
But likewise with Ollie Wood. They all know each other very, very well from the track. Oh, it's a Formula One! Thanks, John Mould. Formula One song. anthem, title song.
Nothing to do with Pirates of the Caribbean.
Pirates of the Caribbean.
Bronze medal for Connor Swift. If he was disappointed, it won't last long. He's been there and done it and worn the gold medal around his neck before. Lewis Askey, I think, will be disappointed that he wasn't able to take that win that has so far eluded him. He was very, very close. Maybe half a wheel separating him from victory as Bob Howden, the chairman of British Cycling, pops the bronze medal on the shoulders of Connor Swift.
In second place, representing NSN
heads off to the Tour de France for NSN. Be interesting to see what he does at the Tour, whether he gets his chance to get up the road and express himself on the more difficult days, perhaps in the second or third weeks.
In first place, your 2026.
Oh, you can see the disappointment in Askey's eyes, can't you?
A little bit, a little bit.
Representing Pinarello Q36.
Second to Ethan Hayter 2 years ago.
Yeah. Fred Wright.
Fred Wright was on one today. He really was, looking really, really good. Looking rejuvenated, actually, for his new team. And pulling on the jersey, Lewis Askey, you can see, wanted so badly to wear in France. Instead, Fred Wright will be sporting it, we think, for Pinarello Q36.5 as soon as, whenever that is confirmed that he's off to France.
The medalists will now receive the gifts.
I wish they'd give them all a bottle of Nye Timber, since they're one of the big sponsors on the board.
And for the national
they deserve it.
A bottle of Nye Timber sparkling wine.
Now then, it's only the second time in his career he's done this, so this may take a bit of getting used to. That's well practiced there from Fred. And there we have it. The final podium. We've had the Time Trial Championships, the Circuit Race Championships on Friday night, and here on Sunday, in glorious sunshine, we have our final podium of the weekend, the Elite Men's Road Race, won by Fred Wright for the second time in his career, and it's off to the Tour de France with the red, white and blue on his bands.
Our thanks to Bob Howden, OBE, President of British Cycling, for presenting the awards.
All right, glorious racing, set against a glorious setting. Thank you to everybody who's been watching the live stream on YouTube. Do subscribe to the British Cycling channel, but in the meantime, until next year, if we're back here, from Hannah and from myself, thank you for watching, and adieu. It's the Tour de France next.